leading to 2 goals from counter-attacks by the opposition. Quoting him, it's very disappointing. We had chances to score a few goals, but at the moment, it feels like every attack we concede is just so dangerous. I have a feeling sometimes we are a bit careless with the duels. Instead of playing simple, we are overcomplicating things and miss the right timing to release the ball. Just lose the ball and give them counter-attacks. We are built for possession, to keep the ball, to be strong. If you can't do anything, don't lose it. At the moment, it's not working out for us. The words of Ike Gundogan there, as he says that complication is one of the problems that Manchester City is having at this point. And the same thing that Pep Guardiola said. He said we're no longer doing things simple. When we won those trophies, 4 EPL trophies, when we had the good old days, I don't know if I can call it the good old days at this point, what happened is we are doing things simply. But right now, it seems complication is the big problem that Manchester City is having at this point, Victor.
Yeah, I think some of the players also have not stepped up, irrespective of the fact that they've not kept it simple. Some of the players have not stepped up. When we look at these Manchester City players, these are world-class players. These are world beaters any day. These are players that, even if they are being kept in teams that can't make the top 4, on their own, they can drag a team to the top 4. So I feel these players have not stepped up. When we look at a certain Grealish, Grealish cost a fortune, but he has gone blank for 44 games now. And this guy is not improving. And from the looks of things, I think City might be shipping him out from next season. So most of these players have not stepped up. Even the Foden that we claim Foden wants to be available for the Manchester derby. This Foden has been folding ever since the Euros. He has not stepped up. He's not that Foden that we know right from the good old days, as you said. So I just feel Manchester City need to keep it simple, and certain players needs to step up. I heard Ovie saying Savinho has been doing very well. Savinho, no doubt, has come in when this team has not been clicking, but he has been doing his own part. But Savinho does not have the end product. He's still yet to score a goal in the EPL, and that does not account for you coming into a new league and doing well, as we may say. But these players need to step up. Kevin De Bruyne has been back from injury for a very long time, and up to now we've not seen his magic. People always say without Kevin, there is no Haaland. At this point, we have not seen Haaland. Haaland took the scoring charts. He gave his what will I even say? He gave his fellow goal scorers that gap. But up to now, I think Salah has even gotten to him. Yeah. Salah,
13 goals now.
Salah has 13 goals now.
He's got 14.
Yeah, so
Haaland has got 14.
Haaland scored in the last game at Selhurst Park, so I think that's his 14th goal. But this is to show you that the Haaland we know, by this time last season, he would have given them that gap. But Manchester City are not just doing well, but their fans, the citizens, feel City does not start very well. That at some point they will come back.
They play.
That's what they always say, that City does not start very well. When they come back, they might go 20 games winning run. But I don't see that happening this season. Okay. This season, even if Rodri comes back, we know what the ACL injury is all about. It will take time before this man will get the rhythm of the game. So when this man gets the rhythm of the game, that will be next season, if not the mid of next season. And the only available option I think that is out there in the market is Martin Zubimendi, the boy from Real Sociedad. But this boy, will he come to the EPL and just start shining? And the answer there, I cannot tell, because we know what the EPL is. As you said, the EPL no be anybody mates. So I just feel Manchester City players, the current players they have, should start stepping up. So when they step up, then Guardiola will smile and everything will click. The simple things will just start working. That's just it.
All right. We also hear that there might be a total overhaul at Manchester City during the summer. More than half of the players will be let go, because for Pep to say we were winning when we were doing things simply, doing the simple things. It means most likely the players, the materials, the tools he used in making sure that the simple things were done have now misunderstood the instructions are now making things complicated. So he needs to let go of them. Maybe that's one of the reasons why this overhaul will be coming through at Manchester City. But I still ask, what could be a totally bad season for Manchester City? By the way, we are joined in the studio by Benjamin Mina, the man who runs in and runs out at any point in time. So, Benjamin, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Osas. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to our listener out there. It's good to talk about sports, but, hearing you talk about how complicated or how bad can Manchester City season go, I think I don't think it's about the players complicating things for themselves, doing more than being simple on the pitch. But again, I look at it and I see that one thing I saw on that team, or I've seen in the team, is the fact that I think fatigue has been one of the major issues, for these players. Because you look at Phil Foden, he's been irregular. You look at Kevin De Bruyne. Let's say injury has hampered him. If not, he's a regular in the team. And apart from a few players that have been injured, lots of players have been playing the game. At some point, Rodri came out to say, "See, I've been playing lots of games. I need to rest." The same players turning out. It's not just, for this season that. Likes of Savino came in, and Doku actually a new face in the team. In as much as he came in last season, but Pep Guardiola doesn't, Matthias Nunes this season has been, he's been playing because players have been injured. So I think it's about fatigue, more or less fatigue in the team. And one thing with football is when teams are actually catching up with you and things are not working for you, it tends, no matter what you do, it doesn't work. That's how it is. So I think at this point in time, Pep Guardiola needs to, sit down and look at his team, look at himself too, because it's like the tactics he's been using. Lots of teams have been looking for a way to actually match his tactics, and the man needs to look at himself and say, "Hey, I need to go on a sabbatical." That's how it is.
He has gone on a sabbatical before.
He needs to that is before. See, one thing about these big coaches, there's a reason why when Jurgen actually left Borussia Dortmund, he went for a sabbatical. There's a reason why immediately he left Liverpool, he didn't get a coaching job. He had to go on a sabbatical. See, there's something about this coaching job. It drains you. It's like you putting yourself in the head of the players and putting yourself in a way of being a genius to actually fetch out the tactics that will work. And you see coaches dishing out. A coach like Pep Guardiola could use 3, 4, 5 tactics in a game. So it is draining. So I think at this point in time, Pep Guardiola should just look at it and say, see, I think signing a new contract at Manchester City was a mistake. With all due respect to Pep Guardiola, at this point in time, the man needs to sit down and look at it and say, hey, I need to take a sabbatical. I need to rest and go and refresh myself.
Yourself.
I think Pep Guardiola at this point in time, other teams are actually, looking for a way to match how he plays and how to, get to get the better from his teammates. And then that's number one. Number two is I think fatigue is actually catching on the players, and the same players week in, week out. So this is the time that he looked at it and say, from now onward, what's his name, Ortega will become the number one goalkeeper. That's because I think he might risk losing Ederson Moraes next season. He's trying to see life after Ederson Moraes, and then Ederson Moraes he's the first choice goalkeeper, so he does the same thing all the time. And so I think it's about the players refreshing. I think it's about for him going for sabbatical, and then the players, I think it's about letting most of the players go. They are aging players. How old is Ika Gundogan? How old is Kyle Walker? How old is Ederson Moraes? Okay, we could say Ederson Moraes is a goalkeeper. Goalkeepers they tend to last older. Kevin De Bruyne is old. Matthew Kovacic is getting close to his 30s, even in his 30s. What's his name? Bernardo Silva is there. These are old players. Okay. So for me, I think
all right. When Enzo Maresca and Chelsea were busy signing anybody at the beginning of the season, Okay.
They were busy signing young boys. People were complaining.
People were complaining.
Some even
They
said
didn't know that Enzo looked into the future and knew that at a particular point in the midway, injuries will come and some persons will start shouting.
Fatigue
will come and you start shouting, I don't have players. I need my players back. I need my players back.
That's
you can
it.
see Chelsea right now.
That's it. Some persons were saying that Chelsea might be using two team buses.
Yes.
Maybe team bus to come and drop this one and go back.
That period, we saw training camp pictures and videos of Market Square.
That's
called,
true.
Being called the training camp for Chelsea. But now it's paying off.
It's paying off. Different set of players cover the Conference League. Different set of players turn up for the EPL games, and different set of players also turn up for the Cup games. So this Chelsea team will grow because they have the squad depth there to prosecute their game. So I just feel this is what Manchester City actually needed, because when you look at aside Haaland, there is no recognized striker in the team. Maybe you could say McCarthy, but McCarthy, does he have the experience to replace Haaland? This is where they needed Julian Alvarez.
Yes,
and
they
now,
let him go.
Now they let him go, and the man is doing well for himself in Atletico Madrid. So I just feel Manchester City needs to let go of the deadwood, just as Benjamin said, because when we know what Walker is, when you hear the name Walker, you just think of speed, you just think of his pace. But now Walker is being outrun by younger players because the man has lost it. The man is getting old. The other day I could see a certain Cody Gakpo that we know that it's not that fast, trying to outrun Walker, and he was doing it very well. So we just feel that most of these players, the Bernardo, the Kevin De Bruyne, these men need to take a walk and let the young boys come in.
All right, Kyle Walker needs to take a walk and let the young boys come in. The words of Victor Israel there going forward. Let's leave what's happening with Manchester City. We've talked a lot, but remember, I still asked you what would be a bad season for Manchester City. How also would you feel if Manchester City ends the season without a title? Let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. As we move ahead to look at what's happening with Liverpool. Liverpool would be looking to return to winning ways when they take on Fulham. Liverpool have managed to keep 4 consecutive clean sheets at Anfield, restricting the German champions Bayer Leverkusen, Champions League winners Real Madrid, and Premier League winners Manchester City in the process. So would Fulham be the ones to go to Anfield today and maybe get a favorable result? Fulham have been in good form against and slots Liverpool going forward. It's one thing that, yes, everyone will expect Liverpool to win, but if we've seen in football, things like this also come as shockers. You could see Liverpool survive over the likes of Real Madrid, over the likes of Manchester City, over the likes of Girona. I don't know if I can call Girona in that bracket, but they did it in the Champions League. They've been able to keep a 100% record in the Champions League. 6 games gone, 100% record. They've won all their games. It seems like Liverpool are the next best thing to an extraterrestrial football team. Yeah, one of the best we can have right now on the globe as regards football. But it doesn't take away the fact that they still have glitches here and there. If you watch the game against Girona, away to Girona in the Champions League, you could see that Liverpool were there for the taking in the very first half. Girona did not just take their chances, else they would have led Liverpool in that first half before that penalty could come for Mohamed Salah to convert. So this is Fulham. Fulham have been pretty good this season. What are you expecting from that game? 4 p.m. is the time. Liverpool will take on Fulham at Anfield. Are we going to be expecting a shocker going forward, Ovie?
Liverpool versus Fulham. Fulham have been one of the talks of the town, or let's say one of the talks of the Premier League this season. They've been fine and impressive form, but it's against the league leaders Liverpool. They have no injury issue. Everybody's fit and fine. Everybody's hale and healthy, and just finished coming off. Yes, poor disappointing form in the Champions League against Girona. 1-0 they did win that match, and you said Girona could have taken their chances and maybe could have beaten them or no, but their Premier League form is still going nice and smooth. They've been on fine form, scoring goals for fun, and defensively they are still solid at the back. So it's up against Fulham, who know how to surprise teams. We saw their match against. I think it was even from them we knew that Manchester City had cracks. When we saw their match against. When we saw their match against City, we knew that yes, it's anybody that could beat City, and City were for the taking when they played Fulham. Just Ahmad. Adama Traore just didn't take most of his chances there, and they missed most of their chances. But I expect it to be a tough one. I don't expect Liverpool getting an easy win. That means they are still going to win, but I don't think the win is going to be easy. Maybe a 1-0 or maybe a 2-1 win, but it's not going to be an easy win for them. And then again, Fulham can also turn up with surprises. It's football. They can turn up surprises. They've been a good side lately. So their match against Brighton last time, and how they were able to beat Brighton, even though Brighton have been extremely good this season. They've climbed up little by little, and before you know, they might see themselves in the continent next season. So for me, I'll say it's just putting in the back of your mind that Liverpool are the favourites to win this ball. These people can cause an upset anytime they want. Fulham.
All right, Liverpool being the favourites to win this particular one, but Liverpool have been on the lips of many. As said, they have won the Premier League Manager of the Month. Talking about Arne Slot's Liverpool, he has won the Premier League Manager of the Month for November, as well as Mohamed Salah winning the Premier League Player of the Month for November from the same team, meaning this team should not be taken for granted. They know what they're out here to do. They know their onions, and being paper, putting work to their resume to ensure that they get something out of this particular season. It's going to be a beauty to see Arne Slot get a trophy, win the league in his very first season right here. But one man is the one that has won the hearts of many, and that is Mohamed Salah. Since signing in 2017 for Liverpool, Salah has been the embodiment of consistency and dependency. He was a core part of Johan Klopp's team, forming a formidable partnership with Sadio Mane and Roberto Firmino, aiding Liverpool and their 30-year Premier League trophy wait. He got them that trophy, ending that wait for them there. So in 6 Champions League games, Salah has also had 6 goal contributions, 2 goals and 4 assists, building on his fine form this season. In the Premier League, he has scored 13 times in 14 Premier League games. That should be the next to Erling Braut Haaland, and there's every tendency that he may be taking away that crown from Erling Braut Haaland if Haaland doesn't start scoring. And after 14 games, Salah is 5 goals shy of equaling his tally for last season and 6 goals shy from equaling that of 2 seasons ago. He just signed a new contract. We had the ups and downs, the back and forth as regards signing Salah or giving Salah a new contract. He has got a new contract right now with Liverpool. Yes, he has been offered a new contract with Liverpool. He has been offered a new contract. Liverpool has opened talks with him. So now if that goes through positively, what impact would this be bringing to Liverpool's run for the trophy this season?
What's his name? Salah has been, he's been a roller coaster for Salah since he came here. He had lots of partnership with players like Roberto Firmino, Sadio Mane, and when Mane left, lots of people were saying Salah should have left. But one thing that people forget to know is the fact that Salah is a goal scorer. He is a goal scorer, and letting Mane go, lots of people were actually thinking or saying that Liverpool are actually dead for the fact that Mane is a workaholic and all that. Roberto Firmino left to Saudi Arabia here, but Salah has proven himself that hey, he's a goal scorer, he's a goal getter, and we've seen how bad, no matter how bad Liverpool plays, Salah might be quiet in the game, but when it comes to getting goals, the man knows how to get goals, and that has been one good thing that has made people. At first when he came to Liverpool, 1 season wonder, people called him. He became 2 season wonders and all that. Now the man has He's I think he's 7 goals away from equaling Thierry Henry's record of all-time goal scorers in 175. The man is actually, doing good for himself. The man is one thing with Salah is he likes to stay in Liverpool. I thought Salah would have left last season, but when Saudi came with the big money move, the man kept his calm. Kudos to him. He kept his calm. He didn't go to the media and wanted big money to actually leave Liverpool and all that, or hold Liverpool ransom that if you don't give me a big money deal. The man has come out to say earlier, a few weeks ago, the man came out to say, see, he's out of the team than is in the team because he hasn't been offered a new contract. But again, I think Liverpool were actually looking at his age, and I think the man has players have proven to the world that age might just be a number to some players. They know how to get those things, and when you're actually aging, you look at your body, and then you tend to make the game more comfortable, suiting your body language, and that's how it is. Salah, we used to know him for speed, but now Salah doesn't run much, apart from when Liverpool are countering. He doesn't run much. What he does is get the ball, work with space, get the opening, and he scores. That's how it is. So, and his work is actually working for him. I think it's a good thing that Liverpool have opened talks with him, and the man is he wants to stay in Liverpool. I think he's eyeing lots of record to be broken. He has broken lots of record in Liverpool. Yeah, he has had open day goals. I think the latest record he broke was a goal and assist for consecutive season. I think 7 seasons now. So the man has been doing wonders for himself. He still likes Liverpool. He likes the city. There was an interview he granted. He said, see, his children and his wife likes the city. If not, he would have left. But he likes the city. He likes where he is. And, I think the man has learned from Felipe Coutinho's lessons that leaving the team might just be harmful to you. But again, Salah does not have anything to prove. If he leaves Liverpool today, he lives as a legend. That's how it is. Not just a legend of Liverpool, a legend in the Premier League, because he's the highest scoring winger in the league, in the Premier League history. He's just 7 goals away from equaling Thierry Henry's record. He has played fewer games and scored more goals than the likes of Ryan Giggs and co. So this is a player that is a legend, not just for his team, but a legend in the league. And he's the highest scoring African in the Premier League history. So I think the man has done well for himself. But the fact that he loves to play in the top level, top clubs in Europe and top Euro competition, top level of football, I think kudos to him. He's showing that yes, an African can actually get to break lots of record and then set a new record for an African. And he's showing that the sky can just be your limit. Age is just a number. And for Liverpool fans, I think they are all praying that Salah gets to sign this deal and not get to sign the deal, and Virgil van Dijk gets to keep his place and sign his contract extension. So I think for Slot that is one thing that has been working for him. The players love him. The players want to play for him. They want to continue. So it's one thing for players that want to play for the manager. It's one thing for a player to love the way the manager wants to play, and then that's one thing that works for the team, the collectiveness in the team. You can see the way, even when Salah wasn't offered a contract or talks hasn't opened, the man wasn't playing as though his contract is expiring at the end of the season. The man is actually giving his all. He's actually going for it, and I think that's one good thing. The body language of the players are actually very good, especially Mo Salah. So I think the man is actually doing well. He's showing the world that yes, Africans can actually go all the way.
All right, Africans can actually go all the way. He's not the only one that talks has been opened up between player and club. Also, there is Virgil van Dijk in that mix, and there is Trent Alexander-Arnold. So it seems everything is working pretty well for Liverpool going forward. While for others, it may not be working as good as it seems. For Arsenal prepared to test the waters as they entertain Everton. They were brilliant in the Champions League during the week, showing class over Monaco, with the class prefect being Bukayo Saka. Yes, Saka scored 2 goals in that game and had 1 assist, which Kai Havertz did convert. And at the end of the game, he had a rating of 9.5 over 10. The last time we saw ratings like this on irregular was during the days of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. These are the ones that will hit 9.5 over 10, 9.5 over 10 continuously. But good one there for Saka. And as a result of that, I had a bit of an argument that was that yesterday or 2 days ago with Priye Zogu right here in the office, and we tried looking at who is the most prolific of English players at this point, the most or the best, or the English player with the best of form at this point. Priya was like, it's Cole Palmer. And I was like, I'll stick to Bukayo Saka at this point, because yes, Cole Palmer has got the numbers in the Premier League, but if you look at their contributions on all fronts, Bukayo Saka is on the same page with Cole Palmer. So time may definitely tell. But guys, let's look at it. Bukayo Saka, Cole Palmer, if you had the opportunity of having one in your team, who would it be for this season? Owing to the fact now you can also look at how they have performed season after season. Cole Palmer had a stellar season last time out, but you can't tell. But you can say Bukayo Saka has given 3 to 4 seasons performing pretty well. Now, these are things you must consider going forward. So let me start with you, Israel. Cole Palmer, Bukayo Saka, in your team, one stay, one leaves.
I think without thinking much, I will go for Bukayo Saka, because I feel this man has been doing it. He might not have done it for the past 10 years, but this man has been doing it even before Cole Palmer rose to the limelight at Manchester City. Because when we look at Cole Palmer, this is a player that could not make the first team in Manchester City. This is a player that the Pep Guardiola felt was surplus to requirements, and they let him leave. And coming to a Chelsea team that is full of young boys, a Chelsea team that has not found their feet yet, it's just like having a gathering of blind people, and one man has one eye. So that particular man now serves as the king of the blind people. So I just feel that no disrespect to Cole Palmer, is a good player, but I feel this player just came to a Chelsea team that doesn't make the cut to the level of where he was before. Because when you look at Manchester City currently, let's take away the bad form and all that. Can this Cole Palmer go back to Manchester City and command the first team shirt? The answer there, I think, is no.
But if Phil Foden can command the starting shirt,
the truth there is okay. Let's take it to a normal ground where everybody meets, where Foden gets to meet Palmer and all that. That's in the English national team. When they met at the Euros, Foden was not delivering, but was always starting.
Okay,
and
that's the era of Gareth Southgate.
That's if you say so. That's to the era of Gareth Southgate. But I think there is something that is making Foden start ahead of Palmer. In Manchester City, Foden was always starting ahead of Palmer. No doubt, whenever we watched Palmer play, maybe in the EFL Cup, he was always doing a little bit of magic. But that does not mean he could start. I get to see some things online where people will say Palmer could start for Real Madrid.
I'm telling you, Palmer is the next best thing after
that's
Egusi soup at this point.
That's what Chelsea fans, permit me to say that, that's what Chelsea fans feel. Because the other day we were watching a game and Chelsea fans were comparing Palmer to Salah.
Oh my God.
So I just feel, for the fact that that is their king, that is who they have, they can use him to compare anybody, but this boy is still growing.
Work in progress.
Yeah, he has not gotten to that level of being compared to even the likes of Salomon Kalou, because these men did it season in, season out.
Yeah.
So let's give him time. Let's say maybe in the next 5 seasons, if he can put up these stellar performances, then we can say Cole Palmer was a legend for Chelsea when he leaves. But looking at him currently, Palmer has not gotten to that level, because if he goes back to Manchester City, he will not displace Kevin De Bruyne. He will not displace a certain Bernardo Silva currently. So
I mean, not displace Phil Foden, even if he was to be played from that.
Yes, that's it. And even if he goes to Real Madrid currently, he might not displace Bellingham, and he will not be played as a false 9 ahead of Kylian Mbappe. So I just feel that Cole Palmer is doing well in Chelsea, and he should stay there, because for now that is where he might be. So that is where he might make the cut for now, until maybe when he commands that status of a king, then he can go to anywhere. It's just like when Coutinho left Liverpool, he was a king in Liverpool. Even if that man had lost form, Liverpool wouldn't have just benched him or loaned him out the way he was loaned out. So Palmer should just stay where he is. But for Saka, we've seen Saka how he started off as a fullback, and from there he has been the savior of Arsenal. Arsenal is a young team that has built the squad around this man. If Saka is not there, Odegaard is not there, I think there is no Arsenal.
All right.
This is a team. This is a player that the entire team looks up to. Even England as a whole looks up to this player because even at the Euros, he was one of the starters that could beat their chest and say, "Yes, I put in a good performance,"
Right.
irrespective of so many bad individual performances. So Saka is above
Cole
Palmer. Yeah,
That's for you. Yes, according to the stats that we have in 15 matches this season, Cole Palmer has scored 11 goals and 6 assists. That's in the English Premier League, and in the EFL Cup, in 6 matches, he has got 2 goals and 2 assists. For Bukayo Saka in the English Premier League, he has played 5 matches, lost some due to injury, and he has scored 4 goals and 2 assists. And that's for the Champions League. He has played 5 matches, 4 goals and 2 assists. For the English Premier League, he has played 14 matches, 5 goals and 10 assists. This time, it seems he's doing more of the assisting. And in EFL Cup, he has played 2 matches, no goals and no assists to be recorded there. So if you look at their contributions, goal contributions for Bukayo Saka this season in all competitions, he has got 21. And for Cole Palmer this season, he has also got 21. So they are on bay going forward. But let me come to you, Benjamin. Benjamin, for you, Cole Palmer or Bukayo Saka?
I think I'll stick with Bukayo Saka because the man is in as much as I think I'll stick with Bukayo Saka because the man has been. He's been doing it over the years, even if it's not over the years, but the man has shown that three seasons
he could be consistent.
Yes. And this is how the man has been since he broke through into the Arsenal setup. The man has been playing from the left back position under Arsene Wenger, actually coming in and then on what's his name, Emery coming in and then using him, on the wings at some point, left back, and then Arteta came in and brought the full potential out of the man, and the man has been doing it in and out, week in, week out. So I think I would stick with him. Consistency is something that keeps you up there among the best players, that the game has ever produced. So for me, I think Israel has said, I think I would stick because you look at the national team. You look at the club side is there. The national team is there. He's been like the backbone. Yeah, Harry Kane gets the goals, but you look at England's setup. Bukayo Saka has been a functional part of that England setup, and he's been doing it consistently. You go to Arsenal, he's been there. There's a time when Arsenal would need that person to actually break the deadlock after a tight game. But he's that man that has been delivering. So I think I'll go with him. With all due respect to Cole Palmer, Cole Palmer has been awesome. He's been there. His debut season scored a lot of goals, and this season is actually doing that. But I think I would go for Bukayo Saka. Consistency is one thing that I like so much in everything one does. So I'll go for Bukayo Saka for me.
All right, Bukayo Saka for you, Benjamin Mina, and for you, of your wallets.
Since we are looking at the context of getting a player for the long run, I think you just have to pick who is more consistent. But them, they don't fare too much in age. They are not that much apart in just a year difference. But I'm looking at the long run. I'm looking at what I need in the future, and I need to let's say transfer one of these guys. I look at what Saka has done over the years, just to pick Saka. But yes, it's to pick Saka. The guys have already said all they need to say about him. When it comes to the England team, he's there. When it comes to Arsenal, he's the main setup. You look at both them, both balanced in goals and assists. Palmer having more goals than Saka having more assists than Cole Palmer. Yesterday and last season, so both of them were also functional in their team. But I'm also looking at what they've done over the years. Yes, Palmer was not starting in Manchester City. He didn't get that starting shirt. Maybe if he goes there now, maybe he might stick him. For me, I still believe he's still possible that he might still get that starting shirt over Kevin De Bruyne with the way everything is going now for Pep Guardiola and the rest. But with everything is going for Pep Guardiola and the rest. But for who I will pick is going to be Saka due to consistency.
All right, for Saka for you due to consistency. The guys in the studio did go for Saka all through. No one for Cole Palmer. And we have an SMS here that says, Priya, give me the statistics of Solomon Kalou when he was playing for Chelsea. All right, I believe you want to know as regards comparing Solomon Kalou to Cole Palmer. All right, for Solomon Kalou, while playing for Chelsea, he had 254 appearances for Chelsea, scoring 60 goals and 46 assists. For Chelsea in the UEFA Champions League, he played 49 times, had 7 goals and 5 assists. For Chelsea also, okay, that was in the English Premier League. He had 156 appearances. He scored 36 times and had 24 assists. So that's the statistics for Solomon Kalou for Chelsea. And still coming from the SMS portal, this one says Palmer may not be the best, still learning, but to bring Kalou into the frame of Palmer is a no-no. Palmer may not be. All right, that's your SMS coming from there, defending Palmer at this point in time. Let me throw open the phone lines to get your thoughts on this particular one and everything that we've been discussing right from the beginning. So those who want to defend Cole Palmer, you can do it now officially from the phone lines as they are open. And the question is, if you had the opportunity in your team to start one and keep the other one out between Cole Palmer and Bukayo Saka. Bukayo Saka did pretty well over the midweek in the UEFA Champions League, scoring 2 goals and giving 1 assist. If you had that opportunity, who do you start? Who do you keep out? Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Benjamin, and good afternoon, Israel.
Good afternoon to you, Favor. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, for me, I'm an Arsenal fan, as you all know. I like Obama a lot. But if I'm to pick between him and Saka, this is not sentiment. I will still go for Bukayo Saka. Yeah, my reason. Because as a coach as I am, I'll be looking for a player that can be versatile. Bukayo Saka can be a player with versatility. He can play either side of the attack. He can play as a left fullback or a right fullback. And he can also play as a number 10. It depends on how you do it. So I think that he's a very versatile player. And any week he plays, he always give you that 5-star or if not 4-star performance. So I think that I will go for Bukayo Saka for that. But I do love Kopama. But my issue with Kopama is that he's not flexible. It's not that number 10 role that he plays. I don't think that left-hand wing, I don't think that he can play that left-hand wing very well. Because if you watch, that left-hand wing needs a player that is very skillful and has the pace. Like, for example, Rafinha, the Rafinha player, those type of players. So that's why I see that the number 10 suits him perfectly than that left-hand wing. Because if you observe, he's a player that don't normally play that left-hand wing. He's a kind of player that wants to dictate what happens in the midfield, that wants to run the show. That's Felipe Coutinho, their type. So I think that for me, I will still stick with Bukayo Saka because he has done it for 3 seasons, and this is his 4th season that he is still doing it. So I'll go for Bukayo Saka.
All right. Thank you so much, Favor, for your contributions there. The phone lines are still open. 0817 00 951 0810 9510 951. Let me know your thoughts. If you had the opportunity to start one and keep the other one out, Bukayo Saka and Cole Palmer, who would be starting for you and who would be staying off your team? Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Eto. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm greeting to the house.
We greet you too.
Thank you. How's my in-law? How's my sister doing?
Very well. We thank God.
My regards to them. Very, very important. Now for me, you hardly find somebody that play a role like Kopama in EPL.
Okay.
From Manchester City to the last club, or Liverpool to the last club, a player that can maneuver himself his way in any way find himself. Not that the player when they mark you that your left one leg, you are done for the day. Nobody will hear you. They will just mark you out at your
Oh, we lost you there, Eto. Please do well to call back and conclude on what you were saying. 0817 00 951 0810-9510951. The phone lines are still open. I believe the network didn't do you the favor there. So, but you could call back, Eto, and conclude on what you were saying, as the phone lines are still open. You could also join us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, as we've got some messages here already. 0701-933-9962. Those are the numbers to send your reactions to us regards the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. And this one here says, Osas, good afternoon, and the guys. Good afternoon to you, Osas, and the guys. Osas, Palmer versus Saka. For now, I take Saka because of longevity and experience. Maybe Palmer for me needs one more season, but Oga, this current Palmer starts for said, but Oga, this current Palmer starts for Manchester City, and I am not a Chelsea fan. I mean, if Savinho can see a starting shirt, this boy is improving every season. Remember, last season you guys tagged him one season wonder. That's actually true. If the likes of Savinho can start, who says Cole Palmer cannot start for Manchester City? 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome. Name, location?
I'm calling from Baba.
All right, go ahead.
So I want to talk about the Pep issue.
Shoot your shots. Go ahead.
In 22-23, after Liverpool went for the quadruple in 122 and ended up winning Carabao Cup and FA Cup that they did parade for. The next season, 22-23, they finished fifth in the Premier League. They not qualified for the Champions League, and they went to the left. And I don't think people were clamoring for Jurgen Klopp to be sacked, or they were even talking about being sacked. Pep has set his team as such a perfect, like this is the peak of perfection, that just having this kind of run in December, where they are still forced to not be say like they are totally, and people are contemplating that Europe has run out of tactics that people have figured out. Tactics that they've not figured out in 8 years. It's in the 9th year, suddenly in December, that is now suddenly everybody has now figured it out. It's just the worst that can happen this season is Man City would not make Champions League, which I don't even think will happen.
But do you see Manchester City at least winning a trophy this season?
They may go trophyless, and it will be one of the first in Pep's career. I don't think it's the first, but it will be one of the first. But
I think it should be the first. It should be the first. He has always won at least one trophy every season.
That Community Shield may even count as a this season trophy, but this summer they will buy players and they will be back in 25-26.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Those are the phone numbers to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You could also join us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Oh, sir, good afternoon.
Welcome back, Eto. Welcome back. Go ahead.
Apology, my brother. These yellow people don't have respect for anybody.
All right, go ahead.
So as I was saying, Obama is a utility player that anywhere you put it will fit in for you. You cannot just be a one-win side player whereby if you trap him, all you have gone for his day.
Okay.
So that is good in all ramifications. There is no team in this planet that will fix Kopama that will not deliver. He cannot go to any team on planet Earth and become a best player. He cannot. He's automatically first team player. So as long as that was Kopama is far back 110%. If you want me to rate it, I will rate Bukayo Saka like 60%. I rate Kopama like 110%.
Are you sure you people are not going to be digging the pit for Kopama to fall into with all these heavy ratings?
Pardon, come again.
I said, are you sure you will not be digging the pit for Kopama to fall into with all of these heavy ratings? Are the ratings not too heavy for him to carry?
It's not a dignity. You have seen it by yourself. Yes, because Bukayo Saka is your Arsenal fan, Arsenal player. That's why you want to. I'm telling you the reality. A blind can see. The left guy here, you know. the name of Saka is running. Saka is running everywhere. You can't talk about football today without the name of Saka. Obama. So as long as nobody know about Bukayo Saka, he's just the average player whereby he just trying to bring out his name. So Obama is a big boy, big star, and before you know, I will play a conference league unbeaten. He will win conference league unbeaten. I think we Premier League if God will this season. We are not saying anything, but watch out for our back. So don't rate. You can't rate two of them together. Obama is high, head, shoulder, knees, and toe above Bukayo Saka.
All right.
After all, what did Saka in short? Don't worry.
All right.
By the time we win Premier League, all those things will stop.
Okay. All right. The words of Eto there as he tries to eulogize Cole Palmer ahead of Bukayo Saka. Hello, caller. All right, a drop call situation. Keep the calls coming in 0817 00 951 0810 951 951. You could also join us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping your thoughts to 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Name, location, and submission.
Ruin
Vans. Welcome. Go ahead.
What do you expect from a Chelsea fan? And what will you expect from an Arsenal fan?
Okay.
Were you expecting an Arsenal fan to say that I'm 100% better than, or are you expecting an Arsenal fan to pick Cole Palmer ahead of Bukayo Saka?
Okay.
So for me, I think in this scenario, it's quite difficult to take the fan base, the fan emotional, the club support. It's quite difficult because even as it stands now, if you ask me to pick Kobe Mino, if you ask me to put Garnacho, Cole Palmer, and Bukayo Saka, I know of the truth, you understand. Realistically, if I want to be sincere to myself,
okay,
I don't think Garnacho, currently with this current form of Garnacho, I don't think Garnacho should be in the midst when we are calling these two players. But as a Manchester United fan, I would be fair to myself, and I won't be telling myself the truth to want to pick Cole Palmer or Bukayo Saka ahead of this Garnacho. But the best thing I can say, or the only thing I can say between this Cole Palmer and Bukayo Saka comparison is that Bukayo Saka has been a consistent Arsenal player for the past 3 years. This is 30 years consistently.
Okay.
I mean, conservatively. And Cole Palmer, this is just his 2 years. So it's just a 1 year difference. I mean, Cole Palmer has been carrying Chelsea on his back for the whole part of.
But Nicholas Jackson had his own share of goals in last season. Why would everyone say Cole Palmer has been carrying Chelsea?
But here's the thing. Nicholas Jackson has blushes that are more than his own fair of share. Yes, Nicholas Jackson is a striker. You can't take that out. You not expect a striker not to get a goal or important goals, especially in a big club like Chelsea. You understand? But here's the thing, Cole Palmer, you can't take it away from Cole Palmer. But then we both team, the other side, you check the quality player. Arsenal has quality players in the midfield compared to more than Chelsea quality. I mean, you can't bring in.
Moses Caicedo up against Declan Rice.
You can't compare Caicedo to even Declan Rice. I'm telling you, if not recently, if not just this season, that few games ago we have seen Caicedo. Caicedo has been coming from bench. But as it stands now, it will be very difficult for Declan Rice to even come from bench. Odegaard cannot come from bench except maybe he has an injury problem. So the quality Bukayo Saka has on his part is quality than what Cole Palmer has on his own part. So for me, I think while you are comparing the players together, let's say bring Cole Palmer to Arsenal and take Bukayo Saka to Chelsea. I think normally, but I don't think Bukayo Saka will be doing those wonders as he's doing in Arsenal.
All right.
Especially yes, I'm telling you, I don't think he will be doing those wonders he's doing in Arsenal and Chelsea because those quality players are not there. So Bukayo Saka will have to work a lot. But in the other way around, I don't think Cole Palmer works the way Bukayo Saka works because of the two of them. They don't have the same style of play. The different style of play also matters, and that is probably another advantage that Cole Palmer has yes, Kopama has to do this for like 4 or 5 years before we can start thinking his praise. So while we are saying Kopama should do this consistently for 4 or 5 years, we should also know that Bukayo Saka also needs to do it for like 4 or 5 years. Unlike Rashford, only do it 2 years, and after 2 consecutive years, he fell down the path, and we only see him once in a while.
Okay.
Understand? So
All right.
for me, Bukayo Saka, Palmer, I would still put Bukayo Saka ahead of Palmer.
All right. Thank you so much.
They will just be slim different. If I thought they will just be slim different.
All right. All right, thank you so much, Irene Evans, for your reactions there. As he says, if both players will be switched to the other side, that is Cole Palmer going over to Arsenal and Bukayo Saka to Chelsea, then Bukayo Saka would not be able to put up the performance that he has. I don't know if we've got Priye Zogu right here with us, and Priye, I'll start with that one on you, switching both of them, because now this is Chelsea, I believe, coming from a Chelsea fan, saying Chelsea hasn't got quality players as compared to Arsenal. But this is Chelsea that's got a midfield that could even sweep away the midfield you have in Real Madrid. The combination of Enzo Fernandez, you've got a Romeo Lavia, you've got a Moses Caicedo. These are big weights, heavyweight. Now, there is a Pedro Neto. There is also the man from Atletico Madrid, Barca, and what's the name again? No, not Maguire. He played in Atletico Madrid, played in João Felix. So these are quality, and someone saying that Arsenal has got better quality than Chelsea. I really don't know, but Priye, let me hear you.
For me, I think you can't make that comparison from the different angles, from the different divides. First of all, you look at that Chelsea team that people are saying, oh, it seems like we have an ad.
Okay, and we'll go to the market to pay some bills, and when we come back, definitely, Priye, you'll be letting us in on all that you have for us at this point. Don't go nowhere. It is still the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live.
Assemblies of God Church 1, Roma Hollow, Ikwere District presents annual harvest and Thanksgiving service with the theme Harvest of God's Blessing. Deuteronomy 28:1-14. The date is Sunday 15th December 2024 and the time is 9 a.m. prompt. The venue is Church Auditorium, Plot 7 Elder Ohakwe Street, Roma Hollow, Port Harcourt, River State. Chief host Reverend Vincent NDK. Co-hosts are Reverend Elvis Israel and Reverend Igwe Davy. Guest speaker Pastor Azu Hionukaru. 2024 Harvest Committee members Elder Nobo Dumbe, Chairman, Dr. Mrs. Gloria Onodu, Vice Chairman, Deacon Moses Wogu, Secretary, Sister Ngozi Mbehurike, Treasurer, among others. Elder Deacon Kingsley Wilcox, Chairman of the occasion, stroke Chief Harvester.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, so welcome back. It is still the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Osasin Hewitt, still holding down things, and I've got the guys right here with me in the studio. There's Priye, there's Ovie Wallace, there's Israel Victor, as well as Benjamin Mina. And Priye, we left off from you where you were trying to let us know why Arsenal should not be compared to Chelsea in terms of squad.
First off, I think we have to talk about form. And the Chelsea of last season have very terrible form. Yes, they have the quality, they have quality players, and the form was a very big issue for Chelsea. And we saw what Cole Palmer did with that team when it comes to making every other player play better. At the point in time, they even named Chelsea Cole Palmer FC. It was that bad. He made mention of Nicola Jackson. Nicola Jackson was wasteful last season. A lot of people even
but he had double figures. You cannot say Cole Palmer was all and all. The way it was stated that Cole Palmer
you made mention of this before, but the most important thing is that everybody was calling for Chelsea to buy Osimhen. If he was playing that good, nobody will call for another striker to come into a team that was creating chances of over 50 to 100, and you were able to just get double figures. It was quite poor from Nicola Jackson. He even knew that he needs to improve himself. Now, a player in a game that you have 11 chances and you convert one, so that's not good enough for a striker. People will complain even though maybe your team wins. And when you see Nicola Jackson waste chance upon chances, Nicola Jackson made Chelsea not to go to the finals of the FA Cup. If you remember, he had a lot of chances against Manchester City. He missed a lot of chances. You can go down to even the Carabao Cup and other competitions. So for me, I think that particular Chelsea team of last season was carried along by Cole Palmer. Yes, we had other brilliant players there, but the form was an issue. I know some players are not good enough. They are not that good when the team is bad. We have seen situations where you have a very good squad, like the Manchester City squad right now. They are filled with big players and quality players, but they cannot carry the team along. It takes individual brilliance of a player, an exceptional player, to carry every other player along. That's exactly what Rodri was doing for this Manchester City side. You cannot tell me that Bernardo Silva is not a great player. You cannot tell me that Ake and the likes of them that have been winning leagues back to back are not great players. Some of them were even there before he even came to the team, Rodri in question. But some players are good, are very, very good that they carry other players along. That's the kind of player Cole Palmer is. Then if you look at the Arsenal side too, Bukayo Saka has also been a driving force too for the Arsenal side. There was a point in time they were even struggling 3 seasons ago. We saw his impact in that Arsenal team. So for me, I think you look at both players and you say they are giving their team their all and they are giving their team quality. But if you want to compare the both of them, want to swap side, I will tell you Cole Palmer can easily change the mentality of a team, the way he plays and the position he plays.
Okay,
it will definitely help change and boost the morale of other players. That's what Cole Palmer can give you. And similar thing to Bukayo Saka can give you. But Cole Palmer has better figures. He has better trickery. Even when he has the worst of games, you'll find a way to get something. But we've seen games where Bukayo Saka is quiet and it's difficult for you to spring up or give you that particular cutting edge quality. I think that's just that little issue he has. Arsenal would have won the Premier League title if he pushed a little bit. Player like Bukayo Saka push a little bit. Look at his figure for last season.
Is it now? Let me halt you there for now, Priye. Is it a case of Bukayo Saka not pushing enough, or let's still come back to the kind of team he has found himself? Let's take away the penalties. Let's take away penalties.
Cole Palmer.
Let's take away penalties. Let's look at these two
He has double
players.
figures assist.
Yes, he does.
So that's very important. And he created a lot of chance that Ikola Jackson wasted.
I know. But now look at the both teams. Bukayo Saka finds himself in a place where he has to be all and all.
Arsenal is a more quality and more organized team than Chelsea. Chelsea just picking their form for the last 6 games. You cannot compare the Arsenal team for the past 3 years that have been competing for Premier League title. Here was Chelsea last season. They barely struggled to qualify for. They had just the last good half of the season. You cannot compare that kind of team that is struggling to pick themselves together. Compare with an Arsenal team that have been consistent for the past 3 years. The quality of the players. Arsenal have been consistent. Let's not take that out of Arsenal. They have been very, 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 very consistent. I'm talking about the likes of Declan Rice, the likes of Partey, the likes of Odegaard and other players. They have been consistent for 3 seasons, competing against the best team arguably in the world, which is Manchester City. So you can't take that away. You can't compare them with Chelsea when it comes to organization of a team. Arsenal is a better team right now than Chelsea, even though Chelsea is ahead of them in the league table. Arsenal is a more organized team. You can bet on Arsenal qualify for the Champions League. But even as a Chelsea fan, you'll be skeptical if Chelsea will qualify for the Champions League. Because a little mistake and you see players struggle. But we have seen Arsenal, when they have the bad time, they find a way over the past 3 years to grind the results.
But Chelsea have been on a goal-scoring spree.
That's the point. They are now getting into that space Arsenal is already is. That's the difference. Arsenal is already in that space that they are now confident that at least they will qualify for Champions League. They have been doing this for the past 3 seasons. But Chelsea are not in that space. The last time Chelsea qualified for Champions League, remember, we had the likes of Rudiger. So you can't compare that particular Chelsea team to this Arsenal team. Arsenal team have been consistent. All what Arsenal needed to win this year's Premier League title was for them to get a good striker, which they did not. A good number 9. They would have competed for the title maybe against Liverpool or Manchester City if they had just a striker. Arsenal is a very organized team. It's a complete team. They just needed a striker, not relying on Kai Havertz. So comparing them with a Chelsea that a new manager, a championship manager is trying to galvanize the boys, putting the boys together. They are not on that same level. That's why I said you look at players like Cole Palmer, you give them their credit. Because when you see that team with a very, very poor form, or you just look at this Manchester City side, maybe a player just come up and start giving them the goals, start pushing the team, you respect that player. Because right now the entire team is down mentally. That's exactly what Cole Palmer has been giving to Chelsea for the past 1.5 seasons. Let's say 2 seasons. He has been giving them that. I believe that you can get this done. Remember the last time he won the man of the match? You heard what his fellow player Cole said.
Yeah.
Keep doing this for us. Because he knows that the guy has the quality to do it even when the team is down. So that's what Chelsea, the position Chelsea is right now. They are trying to get themselves to the way they used to be back in the day. But for the Arsenal side, they have been consistent for the past 3 seasons. People are even expecting them to win the league this season. If they don't win the league this season, it's a very big issue for the Arteta side. I think some people will even be calling for his sack. Because you have been there, you will not tell me that you are building a team now. You have been building this team for the past 3 years. So we are expecting you forced to reap the fruit of your labor for the past 3 years.
But against the Liverpool under Arne Slot, yes, Arne Slot is new, but that's the same crop of Liverpool players that Jurgen Klopp had.
That's the point, because Jurgen Klopp strengthened the team over the years when he was leaving. He got some new players, some quality players that were fitting into the style of play of the club himself. So when Slot with a similar style came in, it was seamless for him. Just to get few players, and yes, you are good and you're home and dry. But if you look at this Arsenal side, they needed a striker. It was obvious last season. Gabriel Jesus was struggling with injuries, not that perfect number 9. That's why a coach like Pep Guardiola would sell him. You look at Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz had very poor rating in Chelsea. I was even surprised.
But he has improved. He has improved.
But he cannot make you win the league.
Okay,
that's our argument here. He cannot make you win the league. Cannot make that team to be for other teams to be scared of your number 9. Now, even though City is in bad form, you are scared of Haaland. You don't know what Haaland can actually bring any day, anytime. So that's the big issue I feel personally the Arsenal side have. But Arsenal is a better team right now than Chelsea. Chelsea are just putting themselves together. So when it comes to individual ability for Cole Palmer, he has added enough for that Chelsea team, trying to galvanize the mentality, build the mentality of his teammates. But for the Arsenal side, they have been coming together as a unit for the past couple of seasons, for the past 3 seasons. So I will not look at it and say this is a Bukayo Saka movement. It's not a Bukayo Saka movement. Odegaard has been phenomenal for me. Odegaard has been one of the best Premier League players for the past 3 seasons. He has been one of the best. You look at the likes of Saliba. If Saliba is not in the pitch, you know that Arsenal may even struggle. You go down there, you look at even the leadership of Zinchenko and other players. They may put in their beats for that Arsenal side. The likes of Declan Rice and all. So you cannot just look at that team and say, oh, this is a Bukayo Saka show. But you look at the Chelsea side, you can easily say this is a movement of Cole Palmer. He started everything because everybody was basically struggling.
But for this season, Moise Caicedo has been able to cut attacks more than any other midfielder that you have in the English Premier League.
So true. But the issue we're having now, what you just said now, Chelsea are still conceding. They are conceding. You break play, but they're still conceding. That means there's still a lot of work, synergy between
the central defense.
Yes, within the central defense and also the number 6, the defensive midfielder. There's still that synergy for them to be blocking play and for them to control the game. That means his side is not yet settled. But if you look at the 4th player of Chelsea, Cole Palmer has made other players play well. The likes of Neto, he drags attraction to himself, and before you know it, Neto is free, or Sancho is free, or Madueke is free, or even Nicola Jackson is free. So his impact for that Chelsea is phenomenal.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Priye, right there, as he has done justice to some of this. We are still talking about it. The phone lines are still open. You could react to it. Cole Palmer up against Bukayo Saka. If there's that switch between both players, one going the other way and the other also stepping into the other team, that is Bukayo Saka heading to Chelsea and Cole Palmer heading the way of Arsenal, who will hold on to his performance and continue to give you what you expect from them. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Princey.
Prince Will, welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. I really want to commend you guys for your analysis. You guys are really doing well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My take concerning the left of Bukayo Saka and Cole Palmer. Every football fan will pick Bukayo Saka ahead of Cole Palmer.
Okay.
Except maybe it's a club fan. Maybe he or she may decide to pick the left of Cole Palmer ahead of Bukayo Saka.
Okay.
But to me, Bukayo Saka is a phenomenal player. See, the life of Bukayo Saka will go to the national team and put up a very good performance. Come to Arsenal team and still do the same thing. And consistency is a proof that this person is putting up this kind of performance. It's not by mistake. Because Bukayo Saka has put up this good performance for the last 3 or 4 seasons now. But when we look at Cole Palmer passed only last season and this season, put it 1.5 seasons, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But if you see the likes of Bukayo Saka, he has done this for over 3 or 4 seasons now. That is consistency, proving that it's not by mistake.
Okay.
That the person is who he is. That the person is putting up a very good work in the pitch of play.
All right.
I'm for Liverpool. I really want to commend the likes of Mohamed Salah for not allowing the contract issue to distract him in the pitch of play, because the man have really done well. Liverpool. That's my take. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for your reactions there. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yes. Good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon. Sorry, come again.
So happy weekend to you, my brother.
Same. Name, location, and submission.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. My name is Collins. Yeah,
all right, Collins B. Welcome.
Yeah, my brother. The truth of the matter is that you see, I'm a Chelsea fan. I've been a Chelsea fan. I keep saying it over something years now,
okay.
And I remember. So the fact is that you see, there is no way you compare Kupama and Bukayo. That this is the truth.
Okay.
I don't need to let him because this Kupama just came in last season. Fine, he has done well. He is also doing well. But there is no way you compare him with Bukayo Saka. This guy has been doing this thing. Almost Arsenal is on Bukayo Saka's shoulder. I don't know if you find out that any match that Bukayo is not there for Arsenal, they'll find it very difficult to win that match.
True.
So I see no reason why you compare Kupama and the Bukayo Saka. That guy is uncomparable. Kupama just came in last season. And this season, if you even ask me, our last 2 matches and the other one, he's not even doing well. Just that he's having the luck to score. As a Chelsea fan, just watch him very well. They are uncomparable. Don't compare them, please.
Okay.
I just came in last season. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Collins B, for your reactions there. As he states that both should not be compared. Bukayo Saka is head over heels better and in the right placement as concerned or regards to Cole Palmer. You could also make your own contributions to the ongoing debate between Bukayo Saka and Cole Palmer. 0817 0000 951. 0810 9510 951. You could also join us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping your thoughts to 0701 933 9962. As we've got some messages coming in from the WhatsApp portal. This one says, Osas, is why... okay, says Osas, why are Chelsea fans and their coach afraid of admitting being in the title race? You signed £1 billion players, second in the table, but are triggered if someone says the title contenders make Chelsea. Okay. I guess what you meant there is, Osas, why are Chelsea fans and their coach afraid of admitting of being in the title race? You signed players for £1 billion and you're second on the table, but you get triggered anytime someone says you are title contenders. I beg, make Chelsea fans leave also. Okay, that's what you want for Chelsea fans. Maybe Enzo is trying to keep the pressure away from his boys. The pressure of you are EPL winners. Keep it away from his boys and let them continue to give that good performance. Hello, caller. Okay. Keep the calls coming in 0817 0000 951. 0810 9510 951. You could also join us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name, location, and submission.
My name is Tabas. I'm coming from Atakot.
All right, Tabas. Welcome. Go ahead.
Talking about Kopama with Bukayo Saka. Bukayo Saka has been in Arsenal like 4 seasons. He did not win nothing. He did not even win a take-off. The Kopama in Match 3 has win everything in Match 3. So you cannot compare both of them together. Even if right now, Kopama is ahead of Bukayo Saka for me.
Okay.
Chelsea fan.
All right. Okay, that will be all. Thank you so much for your contributions there. 0817 0000 951. You could join us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962. From the SMS portal, this one says, good afternoon, beloved presenters. Comparing Cole Palmer and Bukayo Saka is like comparing Ronaldo and Messi. These are two good players with good potential. Club sentiment in the studio is not helping our analysis. No, we don't have Arsenal fans and Chelsea fans here. Forget the fact that people outside are sensing or perceiving that we are Arsenal fans. I am not an Arsenal fan. I'm saying it here now. A lot of persons are feeling I'm an Arsenal fan. You guys know who I fan right here in the studio, and I won't mention it, but I'm not an Arsenal fan. We're just trying to look at better ways that football could be viewed going ahead. So, yes, two great players, Messi and Ronaldo, compared to Bukayo Saka and Cole Palmer.
I just feel some of these, just as one of the callers said, he said football fans know that Saka is better than Palmer, and club fans think that Palmer is better than Saka. What's making that comparison of Ronaldo and Messi? You're going too far. It's like comparing a snack and food. Eba.
You don't come.
So I just feel that these players have the potentials, but in a matter of years, in a matter of time, I just feel these players will grow into that stage where we expect, where we envisage that they will get to. Saka is a good player, Palmer is a good player, but one thing that we need to also consider is, does Palmer turn up in the big games? That I think is not true. Palmer does not turn up when it comes to the big games. Chelsea fans will always tell you that Cole Palmer, they could say Cole, they always cash him, but whenever he has been to Anfield, for instance, there has always
been too hot.
Yeah, Anfield
inside.
Yes, Anfield has always been too hot for him, because this guy faced a Liverpool team that was injury stricken, where Jurgen Klopp had to use people said he had to use secondary school boys, people that had to write tests the next day.
Okay.
We saw the likes of McConnell, we saw the likes of Lewis Kumas. These were boys that were just, it's as if you were going home and your dad said, tomorrow we are going out, and you are so happy. These boys came in and played against a midfield of Gallagher, Enzo Fernandez, and Caicedo after 120 minutes. So Palmer was in that game, and a big game player rises to the occasion. We know what the likes of Salah does to big occasions. We know what Saka also does. This is a Saka team. This is a player that played against Liverpool, and we saw what he did.
Yeah. He got a goal in that game.
That's goal, and the lead up to that goal made Andy Robertson lose his first team shirt, because I think Arne Slot saw that if Saka could do this to you, I think age is getting on your side, and you need to sit on the bench for Shimikas. So I just feel if Saka could do this on the big stage, Palmer needs to step up on the big stage and not get 4 goals against a Leicester team, or get a hat-trick of assists against a Wolves, then go blank against Liverpool. Even the younger players of Liverpool, you go blank. That Chelsea lost 2 finals to Liverpool, and Saka was in one of those finals, so he should step up before being compared to the likes of Saka.
All right. To the WhatsApp platform, this one says Palmer turned up against Manchester United last season. Oyana, that's to you. That's to you, Israel Victor. There. So you say Cole Palmer doesn't turn up in big games. But the question is, if Manchester United is
a big team. Yeah, when Arne Slot came, he said he had not played a big team, and when we checked, he had played a certain Manchester United. So at this point, we think maybe Manchester United are not considered a big team. So let's talk about the big team.
Cole Palmer still did not turn up.
He still did not turn up against in big games.
All right, 081700000951, 081095100951. You could also join us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping your thoughts to 0701-933-9962. We're looking at switching things pretty soon, but before we do that, Ovia Wallace is actually there. He's going to be taking us through everything that is happening from the Spanish scene of football as well as the German scene. Ovie, you've got the Spanish scene right there. You've got the German scene.
The Italian Serie A, Atalanta, what they are doing.
You've got all the
Real Madrid, Barca, just from other leagues.
It's time
to leave England and their Wahala.
Yes, you're going to the La Liga El Belgamo. So you're free to do that. So back to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Chibuzo calling from Ajip.
Chibuzo from Ajip, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just listening to the program and I had one of your guests in the house saying Kopama does not turn up for big games.
Okay.
So I said, make I ask her how that is sound for you. Yeah, that's a complete lie now.
Okay, you could mention one of the big games he did turn up.
So many of them, I don't have to start mentioning. So many of them. And
I just feel Kopama doesn't turn up. I can mention the big games where I feel Kopama never turned up. The game against Liverpool this season, the game against Manchester City this season, we never saw Kopama give us that celebration and all that. So I just feel Parma should just relax.
Can you mention the ones? Do you know that there are some other games Bukayo Saka did not turn up to? Will you agree with me?
Against Liverpool, Bukayo Saka turned up now.
Okay, I'm just see the truth. The truth is that the gospel truth is that if we are to compare Parma and Bukayo Saka, you see Bukayo Saka has been consistent for the past 3 to 4 years, seasons, right?
He has.
Parma just came up last season. That is the 1.5 season, and he has been performing. Why don't you compare Parma when he came out to Bukayo Saka?
No, now you won't compare one of season. You want to you have to do it over time.
That's how I see it. If you have to compare the two, you have to compare Parma when he started, like when he came to timeline, and then Bukayo Saka when he came to when Parma came out, and then compare him with Bukayo Saka from that time. You won't use Bukayo Saka of 4 years ago to compare Parma now when he was in Man City, he wasn't even playing. And then you see, to me, I mean no offense, but to me, I think present performance, everything in football, when somebody is losing, hope day, someone who has been carrying the team, everybody has been choosing Bukayo Saka. I mean no offense, but to me, I'm on Saka. Parma. To me, Parma, sorry, because this guy is a guy that once you see him on the pitch, if you look like, wow, is he Europa? England was playing and
in the
Euros. Had no goals.
Yes, in the Euros.
Their performance was very poor, but immediately Parma came in. Saka was in that game now. So what are you saying? Immediately Parma came in, the atmosphere changed. He scored, right? He scored.
No, he gave an assist.
Okay, he gave an assist. Thank you. Which brought out the goal. But Saka was there. Other persons were there. What did they do?
All right. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for your reactions there. As the phone lines still remain open, you could join us at any point in time by dropping your thoughts. 0701-933-9962 is the number to drop your SMSs and WhatsApp messages to. 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Those are the numbers to call to talk to us right here in the studio as we still have messages coming in. Let me see if I can take some of them. This one here says Parma has scored against Arsenal, Manchester City, Manchester United, Tottenham Hotspur, and as a Chelsea player, he's trying to let you know that Parma has done it in big games. So you're to verify and let us know. Okay, this one says, dear presenter, I am ND from Ogele Street. Comparing Kopama and Bukayo Saka is disrespect to Bukayo Saka and the entire Arsenal FC. I am a United fan. All right, thank you for setting the record straight. Hoping to know that you're a true United fan and not a disguising Arsenal fan at this point. And let's look into the WhatsApp platform. This one says, okay, he scored England's only goal in the Euros finals. Abi, that one friendly. All right, this is the Kopama supporters coming for you right now, Victor Israel. But we are still talking football, and we head to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, name, location, and submission. Can you hear me? Hello. All right. Go ahead. Your name, your location, and your submission.
Yeah, I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead. All right.
I don't know if your guests in the studio they are not being factual that Kopama doesn't turn up in things. Yes, Kopama is the only player so far that has scored or assisted a goal against every EPL club from last season,
okay,
with the exception of Liverpool. Except Liverpool. And here they are saying he's not turning up in big games. What does he want? What do people want him to do? He has scored or assisted against every big team he has played apart from Liverpool. And I think he's not turning up in big games. I think not getting your facts right or something. Before you come to you do all these findings first. So he doesn't turn up. He came into Euro. He scored the goal in Euro final. That one is not also a big game against Spain. Coming from the bench. Let's not do this now. We're on air.
All right. Thank you so much for your reactions there as he has come to the support of Cole Palmer, telling you Palmer turns up in big games.
I just think this is Chelsea fans. I'm not saying Cole Palmer is a bad player. I'm not saying Cole Palmer does not score goals, he does not assist. But when we look at Bukayo Saka does not take penalties for us now.
Don't go there.
So Bukayo Saka does not take penalties. If we can remember, the goals that Cole Palmer do against big teams tend to be penalties. But this is not me disrespecting Cole Palmer. This guy is a generational talent, if I may say, because this is a player that came into Chelsea and turned the tide. He brought out the good in some players, because when you play with a player that has the confidence. We've seen Jackson this season. From Palmer's assist, Jackson is shining. Jackson is getting the goals, and most of us have even forgotten that we were clamoring for a certain Victor Osimhen to come to Chelsea. So I just feel Palmer is good, but it's not yet time to be comparing him to the likes of Bukayo Saka, because Saka has been there. We've heard how many coaches that Saka has played under in Arsenal, the likes of Unai Emery, Arsene Wenger. There's so many, even Mikel Arteta. But Palmer just came in from Man City, and we've seen what he has done in this little time he has spent with Chelsea. He might even get to be better than Saka in the long run. But for now, I just feel if I were to be a coach to pick a particular player, I'll pick Saka for now.
All right, you pick Saka for now. I'm trying to look at Cole Palmer's record against the Big Six. And I'm seeing in the 2024 season, okay, this is for 2024 season, he has only scored against Tottenham Hotspurs. He hasn't scored against Liverpool. He hasn't scored against Manchester City. He hasn't scored against Manchester United. Neither has he scored against Arsenal. It's only Tottenham Hotspurs, 2 goals against Tottenham Hotspurs. That's for this season. But I'll try to get his scoring records for last season so that I could also bring it to you guys right here to help buttress the fact that Cole Palmer may or may not have been turning up against big teams. But for now, we're going to be switching attentions to look at the UEFA Champions League before we turn to Ovie Wallace. Okay, Ovie Wallace is already standing right here behind me, so I'll just let him take you through the UEFA Champions League and everything happening in the Spanish La Liga, the Italian Serie A, as well as the German Bundesliga. But Ovie, please let me take some calls. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. I call back.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, in respect to what your guy in the studio, I don't know if he's not getting his facts right. Bukayo Saka is the number 1 penalty taker in Arsenal. So which one is this thing that Bukayo Saka doesn't take penalties? And again, is penalty not part of the game? I say he only scores penalty. If penalty is not part of the game, I should have England. Yeah, Bukayo Saka would have propelled England against Italy during the Euros final. So what are we saying? He only scores penalty. Is penalty not part of the game?
All right. Thank you so much.
I don't know. They should get your facts.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your reactions there as Ovie. All right. You're right here. You saw what happened over the champions during the Champions League in the match day 6. 2 more matches to go going forward. And from there, already the top 8. There is a hot competition right there. About 14 teams have the possibility of finishing in the top 8 as a direct qualification for the UEFA Champions League. We also have the playoffs. The fight is there to get into the playoff. Manchester City around there are fighting. Real Madrid also will be fighting in the playoff. PSG will be fighting in the playoff. The big boys. Now playoff, the one they use now this time. Thank God for Liverpool representing the big boys and keeping it going.
The goal is to get to the Champions League.
The goal is to get to the Champions League knockout stages.
To get to the round
all right,
of 16,
so it's going to be a big one going forward in this last 2 games. But the likes of Manchester City, I saw a post from someone while preparing for this show. They said that this revamped Champions League format, or the new league format, has helped the likes of Manchester City and PSG. That if it were to be the normal group format before we go into the knockout stages, that by now City would have been guaranteed that they have been eliminated. PSG would have been guaranteed that they have been eliminated because they would have played at least 6. It's supposed to be 6 games going forward. They would have played at least 4 with no result and find themselves maybe in the third spot or the 4th spot on the group standings, and there will be no possibility of coming back. So is it of a truth that this league phase has offered the likes of Manchester City and PSG a helping hand to see if they can qualify? Because from the group stage, there's nothing like playoff. Now they will just need to find a way to win one match, maybe draw the other one, creep into the playoff, and maybe from the playoff get into the knockout stages, and you now see them crawl to the finals and win the championship and do what Portugal did in 2006, winning the Euros through the back door.
It's not just helping Manchester City, it's also helping the small teams. You're looking at Stade Brestois, looking at where they are, looking at Lille, amazing performance. But you have to give it to Lille. They have actually done their work, beating the 2 Madrid stars, the 2 people from Madrid, both Atletico and Real Madrid. You still have to look at other teams that have been able to also crawl to this sport. We've seen Sporting and the rest. But it's both good and bad. For some of the big teams, they feel it's bad because you look at Real Madrid, they're looking like they could have got, if it was the group stage, they would have been guaranteed a spot in the knockout stages. You're looking at Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, they're taking their stars because it's still a possibility that if we can get through to the playoffs, we can get to the knockout stages. And Liverpool and the rest, they're looking at it that even if we lose, looks people like Atalanta that are just 1 spot or 1 point away from straight to the knockout stages are looking at it that we are taking this impressive form into the group stages, we would have gotten straight to the knockout stages, but now just because of 1 point we have to go through the playoffs, and then if we lose out, we lose out. Even after all our hard work, just because of 1 point we couldn't get into the knockout stages straight up. So it's both good for some people, it's good bad for some people, so it works vice versa. That's how it works. But I would say it has helped Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain. At least they've seen a silver lining that they can grab onto and see how they can just get to the knockout stages.
All right, before I take my leave, I would like to bring this to your notice that Mikel Arteta later changed exactly what happened in Arsenal. It used to be Bukayo Saka as the penalty taker in the 2022/2023 season, but Mikel Arteta had to change that because Bukayo Saka lost a couple of penalties, and he now put it to the players that you select who takes your penalty on the pitch of play. That's one of the reasons why Gabriel Jesus has taken penalties, Leandro Trossard has taken penalties. At some point we saw even the man from Ghana, Thomas Partey, would even come in and take penalties at some point. So it's not as if it's the duty of Bukayo Saka to convert those penalties. It used to be his duty before, but a lot has changed as regards to that. But let me come to you, Benjamin. 2 matches to go in the UEFA Champions League league phase. It's definitely going to bring some twists. We're definitely going to be seeing some twists because the likes of Liverpool having an excellent record, 6 matches with that win, 2 more matches to go. There is every possibility that whoever decides to, for those who usually put monies on players or teams, whoever decides to put his money on Liverpool to go ahead to win the next two, might be doing it at his own peril, because this is Liverpool guaranteed of a qualification spot and may decide to use fringe players going forth. And if this happens, what does it bring to the credibility of the league phase of the UEFA Champions League? Because you just see teams that have struggled maybe from the match day 1, 2, 3, 4, just because they might be coming up against teams that have already been guaranteed qualification in match day 5 and 6. They just drop things, and those two matches could become a turnaround situation or turnaround experience for other teams or even the team in question, because anything could happen. You get it soft, you win, you go ahead. After all, after match day 3, we saw Inter Milan in 3rd. And after match day 5, Inter Milan are presently in 7th. Just losing one game took them about 4 places down the pecking order. So you could see that the league phase is a very, very dicey situation right now in the UEFA Champions League. But Benjamin, looking at it, how do you see match day 5 and match day 6 panning out? Because for some teams that have been guaranteed qualification, there is every tendency that they will not press much. They want to rest legs, might want to give appearances to bench or fringe players. And for some teams who have the knife placed on their throats, they need to, the likes of Manchester City, how do you see it changing the chemistry of their game going forth into the next 2 match days?
It depends on the team and the coach, the way they want to rotate, if they want to rotate the team. But we've seen Liverpool this season firing and on all cylinders. The likes of any person that is being brought in would want to give a good account of himself. You look at Constantos Tsimikas replacing Andy Robertson, giving in a good performance. You look at young Bradley replacing Arnold Trezor and Arnold doing well. So I think for the Liverpool side, they are a bit balanced this season. It's about commitment. The players want to show that yes, I can sit on the bench, but when called upon, I can actually do something good. We've seen the likes of Wataru Endo, the Japanese samurai, as he's being called by the Liverpool faithfuls. I think when the man comes in some minutes to end the game, you see the way the man is being committed in terms of doing his job. So for me, I think it's about how the players are being committed, how they want to play. A team like Liverpool want to have that 100%, this season in terms of all competition they've played. Yes, in as much as they've lost against Nottingham Forest, that's the only loss this season. I don't think it's one thing that they want to see, so they want to keep winning games. But for other teams, like I said, I don't know. It depends on how the coach wants to, rotate the teams, that the players, because it's why you've got squad depth, But a team like Arsenal, these are teams that Arsenal. If you talk about rotation, who do they want to rotate? Arsenal cannot rotate a full 11 players, because how many players have they got on the bench? That's the question. So for me, it's about 2 or 3 changes, maximum 4 or 5 changes to the players that actually are constant regulars playing in the Champions League. So for me, Liverpool, who would they rotate? If it's about Gomez is actually playing because Konate is injured. So if Van Dijk was to be rested, you could see Gomez and Kwanzaa actually playing that game. And then you look at the fullback, it's Bradley for Arnold, Robertson for Tsimikas for Robertson. In the midfield, you see Endo for McAllister or Endo for Gravenberch. So, and this season, Gravenberch has played all the games. So, possibly these are the games that they could do a squad rotation. But again, the players are on the bench coming in to actually play. We've seen the commitment. So, and it depends on the team that you're playing. Liverpool wouldn't be playing Real Madrid and want to rotate the team. Liverpool would want to go all out and then see how they can actually get a result out of it. So for me, I think it's about rotation of the team, how the manager wants to set up his team, and how the players that are actually coming into the team would want to actually give a good account of themselves, why they need to be playing regularly.
Yes, they need to just give account of themselves why they need to be playing regularly. It is still the marathon edition of Today Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 of your Wallace is the name behind the mic, is the name behind the voice you're hearing right now. And I'll be taking you guys through other leagues in Europe. We have to leave the England matter and everything that's happening right there in Britain to talk about what's happening in Spain, the Serie A, the German Bundesliga, and the rest. And speaking of German Bundesliga on our screen, or speaking of other leagues, we've got the Atalanta versus Cagliari right there on our screen in the Domus Arena. And Lookman isn't actually starting, he's on the bench, so hopefully we'll see him later added into the match. Maybe they are saving his legs. That Champions League performance against Real Madrid, winning the man of the match. I think the man deserves a good rest. Look at the star boy showing them right on the screen. So we switch things right from other leagues to talk of from the Premier League to talk of other leagues. I've still got the guys in the studio with me. Benjamin Mina is still here, Victor Israel is still here, and also Osas Inwe is also still right around the corner. And don't forget, I've also got you guys also on the other side of things, ready to give your thoughts and views on all we've got. 0701 933 9962. That is the SMS and WhatsApp platform. You can send your thoughts and views anytime during the show. For the SMS, for the phone lines is 0817 00951 and 0810 951 0951. All right, now let's start off in the Spanish La Liga. And today we're diving to the heart of Catalonia to talk about Barcelona, who far in the last 5 games, they've only managed to win. Now, that was the 5-1 drubbing of Mallorca. But since then, they've lost. Up before then, they've also lost twice and drawn twice. And the 2 draws came from Barca's already being from a winning position. That means they're already winning those games before they drew them. And the losses, well, one was to a team 5 places and 40 points below them, while the other was to a team 13 places and 20 points below them. Now, with the commitments in the Champions League and also the pressure from Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid in the chase for the titles, it's obvious that the players are fatigued. And the big question on my mind is Barca's bench costing them this title chase? Now, taking a look at their last match in the Benito Villamarin Stadium, yes, it was injury time ticking down and Barcelona were leading Real Betis by 2-1. Hansi Flick was watching from the stands after his 66-minute red card after protesting a VAR review. On his way to the dressing room, pandemonium happened as Asani Diallo's injuries time equalizer snatched all 3 points from Barca. Now, talking after the game, Flick admitted, and I quote, "We played a really bad game from the very beginning. The only spell when we started doing something good was after we opened the score in the first half, but we have to play much better." And he's right, because Barca's defense held on early thanks to Inaki Pena and a goal line clearance from Rafinha. But here's the crux of the issue. Here's the whole problem now. Barcelona's depth, you see, their bench is underwhelming. During the match, Flick made changes after Real Betis equalized, bringing in De Jong and Ferran Torres. But 5 minutes later, De Jong was the culprit, giving Real Betis that added penalty to be able to equalize. And it's not just this case. After his performance against Real Madrid, he has been dipping in form. And it's not just him. He did it against Celta Vigo, he did it against Real Sociedad. And it's not just him alone. Also, Ferran Torres, yes, he had an amazing performance in the match against Borussia Dortmund. But every time the man turns up, Paul Victor also there, and also other guys on the bench, they haven't just delivered that spark, that needed performance that Flick desperately needs. And then there's also Fermin Lopez, last season star and European champion in Spain, who hasn't registered a single goal involvement in the La Liga this season. Gerard Martin at fullback, a liability, also substituted at halftime, and Hector Fort, inexperienced and naive, as we saw against Las Palmas. And Flick had to put it bluntly. He said, and I quote, "We have a young team who need to improve a lot. Our recent away performances have been disappointing. We have the quality to win games, but we have to prove it." And it's not wrong. Barca's first 11 is showing signs of fatigue due to what they have to do both on the European stage and also in the Spanish La Liga. The Copa del Rey is still there, and you have to look at Real Madrid on a winning run, 5 games in the La Liga, all won. And the key players like Rafinha, Dani Olmo, Lewandowski have to be soft off early. In the last match, because of the clash against Dortmund in the weekend, because they needed them to be fit. Now, Benjamin, is Barca's bench costing them this title chase?
Well, you look at it. You look at the way Barcelona have been playing under Hansi Flick. Well, when Flick came, it was a roller coaster performance. Results going their way, up and downs. They've been having those results going their way. But again, you look at it and they've been burning out. I think fatigue is one problem that is actually disturbing them. Yeah, at some point, Dani Olmo was injured and came back, had a good performance. The front three has been irregular until Yamin Lamar got injured, and then it was between Robert Lewandowski, the Brazilian Rafinha, and at some point Ferran Torres coming in. So for me, I think the players hasn't really stepped up. The bench hasn't really stepped up. And you look at the bench, I think mostly Barcelona problem I think boils down to inexperience, because you look at these players, most of them coming in for the first team, not really having lots of experience. What's his name? Their first choice goalkeeper Andres Ter Stegen injured out, and then you look at the French defender that was bought from Sevilla, Jose Conde, out injured, lots of injuries. The Uruguayan injured too. So I think the players that are playing right now are mostly inexperienced players, So I feel fatigue is one thing. Yeah, they've been playing regularly, and then when called upon from the bench, how often do they perform? Ferran Torres, how often does he perform? Once he come in, he gives you that blister, that good performance, and then the next 2-3 games, you look at him and he's nowhere to be found. So unless Yamin Lamar and that front three, they've been, playing for a while now, so they understand themselves and they've been giving that performance. But when a new player steps in the absence of, the one of the front three or in the midfield, becomes a problem. Yeah, the Dutch midfielder Frankie de Jong has been in and out of the team, and Barcelona have been looking at, selling him, taking him off their wage bill. So you look at these players coming in, Pedri and Gavi. Today this one is injured, tomorrow the other one is fit. So it doesn't really have that. Most of the bench players doesn't really have that coherence with that cohesion with the first team players. So for me, I think the bench, one thing is, you look at the bench, what options do Hans Flick actually have? So you look at it, they have a thin squad, yeah, but the players that they've got, and Fati, we've not seen him this season. So you look at it's something you have to look at, and you say Barcelona inexperience, and then the bench players haven't really been living up to expectation, most of them though.
Right now, coming to you, Victor. Now, looking at this squad, we know how Barca started with that win and going on a winning run, and all. It looks like as if people were already touting them as these guys are or will be the champions of the Spanish La Liga, especially when Real Madrid were still trying to find forms, trying to find themselves, and they didn't know what to do. Atletico Madrid was still up in the chase, but they were not as proficient as what Barca was doing. What can Barca to regain this form? Or is it just they are going to keep on sleeping until Real Madrid and their likes catch up with them? Do you still believe they can still win this title?
If it was for the Barca of old, I would say yes, there is still time. There's still time in the sense that they could get some players in the next available window. That's the January transfer window. Because what these players need, what the team rather needs, is an inflow of players, because just as Hansi Flick said, this team is young, these players are young, and I think we're asking a lot from these boys. Looking at the likes of Pau Kubasi, the Barcelona of old, these boys will be integrated gradually into this team, but now we are asking them to give us 30 plus games in a row, and this is asking too much for young stars. And when we look at the performance level of these boys, they cannot do more than the ability for now, because these boys are inexperienced. We see that when they come up against teams that tend to trouble them. We saw that against Osasuna. We saw that against Las Palmas. The last game against Real Betis, where they considered that late equalizer. The matured, if it was for experience and the matured players there, they would have known how to see out that game, knowing fully well that they lack that bench option. You might decide not to get into the attack again. Try to see out the game. Try to play the ball around. We know the Barcelona of the Xavi Hernandez, Iniesta, and all that. They might decide to just touch the ball around for the next 10 to 15 minutes, just to make sure they see out the game. But this current Barcelona setup failed to do that, and I feel the inexperience and the lack of quality squad depth is one of the problems there. So I just feel, but this Barcelona team lacks the finance currently now. So what we would just be expecting is if they could get players on free transfer or maybe players on loan, because they're trying to even get rid of certain players so they could make space for the financial crisis they are going through. So I just feel they need to get good quality squad depth, so that some of these young players could be integrated gradually into the process, into the Barcelona team, because we've seen that these boys might not be able to withstand the pressure of playing for a big team of the caliber of Barcelona for 4 to 5 straight seasons. We've seen Fermin Lopez this season, no goal involvement. And this is a player, I watched the El Clasico, you could see this guy in the midfield. He was fantastic. But these players are not the finished products. These players are only but the raw material. So I just feel if they are being paired with matured heads, then these players can blossom, these players can shine and even go on to take Barcelona to the glory days. But for now, I just feel Hansi Flick should just be the tactician, trying to put one and two together to get results. But for now, we just see any team that comes at this Barcelona team, they will struggle because the squad depth is not there. If you take out Lewandowski, you bring in a certain Ferran Torres. I have been a fan of Ferran Torres, but so many people do not think he is good. But I think he doesn't give you that stellar performance, but can give in those goals, can bring in those goals to help take off the burden from Lewandowski. So I just feel Barcelona should just get little players that could come in and maybe step up when the first team players are being benched. We saw when Yamal was out, there were no like-for-like replacements. Rafinha has been trying this season. He has been the one stepping up. Even defensive duties, he has been there. We saw the goal line clearance. This man has been unplayable this season. But do you have a like-for-like replacement? The answer there is no. So I just feel Barcelona needs to strengthen in this regards.
All right, they need to strengthen in that regard. Now, Benjamin, moving over to you now. The race for the La Liga title, can we say or can we determine that it is between Real Madrid, Barca, and Atletico Madrid? Is who has the better squad? Who has better the deep bench that is going to win this title? You're looking at Atletico Madrid, you're looking at Renido, Mandava, Koke, Rodrigo, Angel Correa, Samuel Lino is also there, Ilias Costis is also there, Solot is also in that mix. And you're looking at in Real Madrid's bench, you're looking at Asensio, Modric is there, Grula is also around the corner, Lunin is also there, good starter. You're looking at Vallejo, Jesus Vallejo, also Hendrick is also there. But go over to Barca and you might say it's not looking like the same. Or can you compare all three of them, their benches, and say and determine that this La Liga title is going to be who has the better bench?
If you want to look at it from that angle, then you should give Atletico Madrid the title already, because they've got better squad depth. They've got better players starting on their squad depth is massive. But I think it's not. It's not it for me. I think there's squad depth, inclusive. That's what Barcelona is actually suffering. But Real Madrid, they're actually suffering from that too. They've got lots of injury crisis going on in the team. Currently, Kylian Mbappe is injured. Vinicius Junior just came back from injury. You've got what's his name? The defender actually being injured. Eder Militao being out injured. Alaba is actually having rehabilitation. I saw the news yesterday on Madrid page. He's actually doing rehabilitation now, but we shouldn't expect Alaba till January. And so Dani Carvajal is out injured too for Real Madrid. So it's something that Nacho Fernandez is being sold, Joselu sold. Yeah, in terms of the attack, you could say they've got the likes of Adagula in that team, young Adagula, young Hendrik, but those players wanted a loan deal for them to be playing. But Carlo Ancelotti came out this week and said they need to learn a lot, but at this point in time they're not going out for loan because the squad is thin. So I think that's one thing. Nobody plans to have a thin squad. That's one thing. But most clubs, tends to because of cash constraint. Talking about Barcelona, they're having some financial constraints, so makes the squad look if I'll use the word babyish in terms of young players lacking experience. But again, these players are capable of doing the business. If you tend to do the business early enough, then why do you need those unnecessary squad rotation apart from injuries? That's one thing. So I think we've seen the likes of Arsenal using similar players almost week in, week out. Liverpool using similar players. Manchester City using similar players. Until injuries come knocking, that's when you can start using the fringe players to see how you can rotate the squad. But again, I think talking about squad depth, Atletico Madrid right now, if it's about squad depth, then Atletico Madrid should win the league. But where are Atletico Madrid in the league table right now? That's the question you should ask yourself. Are they topping the table? No, they are third on the table, and we've seen games where Atletico ordinarily should have won, but they end up drawing the game or losing those games. So I think it's not about the squad depth, it's about doing the job on the pitch. If you're able to, if the first team players can actually kill the game early enough in the first half, the bench players can just come in some minutes to go wind off time, and then the first team players could go and rest. The coach could be thinking about the next game. But when the game becomes difficult with injuries, at some point in time you don't have any choice. When injury comes knocking, you can decide to bring in a 17-year-old, 16-year-old to come replace a first team player, a regular, a starter in the team because of injury. So I think that's what Barcelona are actually facing. But Real Madrid, in as much as they're having crisis, Madrid have got the experience. That's one thing. And look at the coach that they've got, an experienced coach. Look at the players that they've got, experienced players that have been doing the business over the years. So for me, I think it's about the first team players who gets to do the business early enough. And then apart from injuries, why do you have to call on a 16-year player? So for me, I think squad depth is part of winning the league. But again, I think for me, I don't see Atletico Madrid winning the league this season because they've been very complacent in games that they could win. I still see the league between Barcelona and Real Madrid for me.
But currently on form right now, Atletico Madrid has been the better of the two sides. The last 5 games they've won all 5 of them, and you have to look at them and the points difference between them and Barcelona, just a 3 points difference, and they have a game in hand, both them and Real Madrid. So you see they've been racking up the points lately, and they've only lost one game so far. So Victor, do you share the same view as Benjamin? The squad depth might not really prove who might carry on the style to the Spanish La Liga.
No, I don't share in the same light. I feel the squad depth is something that gets to determine so many things, especially when you are in other competitions. If Barcelona were just in the La Liga, then I would say maybe using a handful of players can help them get the title. Not when you're playing the Champions League in the midweek, you are playing the league, and there will also be time where they will get to play the cup games and all that. So this is where you need your squad depth, because if I were to have a game against a tougher opponent, let's say Barcelona were to get a game against maybe PSG in the midweek, and it's a must-win game, you must use your first team players. And if this first team players, if you had a like-for-like replacement, then maybe in the weekend you have a game against Atletico de Madrid, then you can still use another option. Let's say they have in defense, maybe let's say they get a good defender, and maybe they get to rest Pau Kubasi in the midweek game just to start him at the weekend. Not a case where if you get to rest Pau Kubasi, maybe the replacement does not even cut out. The replacement is filled with injuries, is filled with mistakes and all that. So that is where the squad depth comes in. Even also looking at Atletico de Madrid. Atletico Madrid are doing very well. They have the squad depth. They have the players that can come in and do the damage. I watched their game against Sevilla. That was last week. They came back from behind from 3 goals. They were trailing by 3-1 and still came back from behind to still do the work because they had the squad depth. Irrespective of the fact that they were losing, they could bring in players that could come in and do the magic. Even their Champions League game, we saw what they did. There were some players that were rested. At some point, Koke was on the bench for Barrios, and it was like a like-for-like replacement. Koke came in the second half for Barrios, and the difference was not too big. This is where Barcelona will get it all wrong. Can they start a game against a PSG with Ferran Torres and keeping Lewandowski on the bench for another game? The answer there is the output might not be at the same level. So I always believe that squad depth matters a lot in terms of you going for titles. Even if you are going for just the cup titles, you need to get the squad depth. Ter Stegen has been out for a very long time. Inaki Peña is doing a good job, but he cannot give you what Ter Stegen gives you. But Inaki Peña is a good replacement, a little, when it comes to the goalkeeper. But when we look at Yamal, is there a replacement for him? Even the Rafinha, if Rafinha should get injured today, will there be a replacement that can give them the attacking output and also give them the defensive duties he also does? Because we see a lot of tracking back from him. So I just feel they don't have it. If they had the finance, they would have gotten this player Nico Williams after the Euros, because it was very, very obvious that they loved this player, that they wanted this player, but the financial muscle was not strong enough to get the player. So Barcelona needs squad depth. Real Madrid also, they do have squad depth, just that most of them are injured. If their squad were completely healthy, then I think at this point where they are in the Champions League, they wouldn't be there, because these are players that are filled with a lot of experience. Modric being on your bench, you could bring him on anytime, and this man will know what to do. So I just feel squad depth is all that matters in the title race.
All right, what do you guys think? Do you guys think squad depth is all that matters when it comes to a long run, the marathon, to be able to win your league title and also other titles in Europe? Do you think Barca's squad depth might just be the end of their beginning? 0701 933 9962. That is the SMS and the WhatsApp platform for you guys to share your thoughts and views. 0701 933 9962. Do you believe Barca's squad depth might be what, or might cause their undoing? They've won only one game so far in their last 5 games, and also from a winning position they've drawn 2 games. So the defense is actually leaking, and also there's no replacement for key players when they go out. Looking at Lamine Yamal, when he went out during the season, no replacement for them. So might this just cost them the title? As we move and check what's happening in other top 5 leagues, Atalanta and Cagliari still on our screen. It is still goalless at the minute. 35 minutes gone on the clock, and we've got in the Spanish La Liga, it's Espanyol against Osasuna. It's goalless at the moment. In the German Bundesliga, 4 games just started. Union Berlin and VfL Bochum, it is goalless at the moment. Mainz 05 and Bayern Munich goalless at the moment, and Borussia Mönchengladbach and Holstein Kiel 1-0 in favor of Borussia Mönchengladbach. Augsburg will be taking on Bayer Leverkusen, and it is goalless at the moment. Yes, there are also matches in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Lobby Stars are currently playing our goalless with Plateau United. I'm sure the guys in the second half will tell you all about what's going on in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Also, Shooting Stars and Kano Pillars will be taking each other later by 5:30, as we're still sticking with the Spanish La Liga, but this time it is the Giants, or let's say the big boys in the UEFA Champions League, and that's Real Madrid. Maybe you can call them the club of legends, as they might just be turning the tide on what's been a turbulent season, and in their Champions League match Against Atalanta at the Bergamo, their three megastars showed us why they are the talk of Europe. First off, Real Madrid dramatic 3-2 victory over Atalanta wasn't just about the goals, it was about stepping up when it mattered the most. Madrid's BMV, you might call them, the trio of Kylian Mbappe, Vinicius Jr. and Jude Bellingham delivered a masterclass in why they should be the most feared front line in football right now. In the 10th minute, Mbappe set the tone with a stunning goal, a perfect mix of pace, control and precision, his 50th goal of the Champions League, equaling Thierry Henry. And here's the kicker. It was arguably his best 35 minutes in a Madrid shirt. Sadly, his night was cut short with an injury, which Carlo Ancelotti has assured doesn't seem serious. Now, when Mbappe left the stage, Vinicius Jr. took the center spot, and the Brazilian wasn't even supposed to play, as just weeks ago he was nursing a hamstring injury, yet he still made his appearance and made 2 goals to nothing as he created the chance that led to Bellingham's decisive strike. And speaking of Bellingham, 1 goal, 2 assists, 5 successive dribbles, 9 duels won and 64 touches. Right now, he has scored 6 straight games. And after the match, he said, and I quote, "Our quality was decisive in achieving the victory. But here's the real story. It's not about the flair and the goals. It's about the commitment. For months, Madrid fans have grumbled about the lack of defensive effort from their star forwards." And after the game, Ancelotti said, and I quote, "The game demands a lot from you. In the end, it worked out well. We are very happy because it's not only 3 points, but also because we are in good shape for Christmas, which is the key to the season." And he's got a point. With 2 group games left, Madrid chances of automatic qualifying for the round of 16 are looking brighter. Now, Victor, let's address the elephant in the room. Jude Bellingham told CBS that they are only scratching the surface and the team can achieve more than that. What was your thought about Real Madrid's performance in the night? Maybe about the performance we've seen so far in the Champions League.
Taking into consideration the performance of Real Madrid so far in this season's Champions League, it has been below standard compared to what we know. They are the kings of the Champions League. When you hear the Champions League, you just think of Real Madrid, because being 15 times champion is no easy feat. It's not that easy. I think the next team after Real Madrid there has just 7 Champions League, so you could see the difference there. Real Madrid is a team made of champions. These are men, looking at Valverde, looking at Modric, they are men that have done it season in, season out. They have up to 5 Champions League, and some clubs don't even have 1. So, Real Madrid.
Call names, please.
I don't want to call names, but there are some clubs that don't even have. There are some clubs that have not even been to the Champions League up to 2 times in their history. So, having players that have done it on the big stage season in, season out, we expect a lot from Real Madrid. But we know that they do it even when they are not playing good football in the group stage. They will just wake up when it comes to the critical time of the season in the Champions League. So getting to lose against the likes of Lille, losing against AC Milan, those were below par performance. Losing against Liverpool, we understand in the form that Liverpool are, they could lose against Liverpool, but Real Madrid, we know that these guys can step up at any time. And having Vinicius Jr. back is a welcome boost, because he can bring on the other players into the game. He can make them step up. Losing Militao to injury is a bad one, but thank God they still have Rudiger there. He can still rally the troops at the back, and they can still produce those magic. And also having a certain Kylian Mbappe is like putting the icing on the cake there for this Real Madrid team. He might have not found his feet for now, but this guy, we know what he is. He was once the Prince of Paris, the man that could drag an entire country to a final and all that. So Real Madrid will wake up when it matters most. The next 2 games they have is against Stade Brestois and RB Salzburg. Those are winnable games for them, and we know what Real Madrid can do. If they can drag themselves to the playoff and possibly get past the playoff, then the other teams like Liverpool should be wary, because they might come after them. Beating them in the group stage, or beating them in in the early rounds doesn't mean, because when they come to the final, they don't even need to put on a stellar performance. They don't even need to control the entire game. They might just get one chance and convert it, and that's all. So let's not write Real Madrid off.
All right, Benjamin, now, can you call this performance as the turning point in Real Madrid's chase for the title, or is it just soon to declare that?
Let them win. Let them win the next 4 games. In fact, let them just qualify to the next round. Possibly, I could say, okay, I could give them a chance. But right now, I think Real Madrid are going through a horrible time in terms of injuries. I'm not just looking at the performance first of all. I'm looking at the injury list of Real Madrid, and these are key players that are actually not fit enough. Vinicius not really fit, but there was no choice other than playing him because Kylian Mbappe was out injured. So I think it's something that Carlo Ancelotti really needs to look at. I think you look at Carlo Ancelotti, the man is just waiting to sleep and wake up in January where he can actually get these players. At some point, fans were actually saying they should go get Sergio Ramos back, but the man said, the club said they are not going to get Sergio Ramos. They would have to wait until January to actually get, they're not getting free transfers. They want to wait until January to get players. So I think he knows, maybe he feels he can handle the situation, and they're actually giving up good performances, most time grinding out results. That's one thing when you have a mature squad, the squad that have played together for a while, they could actually, grind out the result, made of champions. This is Champions League. It's their tournament. They know how to get the ball. For me, I think they could win Stade Brestois because we look at the standard of both teams. They cannot be compared to Real Madrid, with all due respect to them. So, but I think they should actually win their next 2 games, qualify first, and give at least a good performance in the Spanish La Liga. Then I could say Madrid are back. Because why I wouldn't say Madrid are back? Because today they might be back. Tomorrow, one player is injured. It's like going 1 step forward and 2 step backward. Who replaces the other? That's the thing. And we've not been seeing much of Adagula and what's his name? Hendrik. Yeah, both players complaining they want to go on loan, and coming out to say they are not going on loan. So for me, I think it's about grinding our results. Yes, they've grinded that result. That's the made of champions. When the team is not really playing well, you grind that result and see how you can get this result going. Yeah, Madrid fans have been complaining over a few weeks that they've not been having that defensive shape. You cannot blame the team, because you look at that defensive lineup. It's only Rudiger that has got that wealth of experience. Yeah, we could say Thibaut Courtois part of the mix, but it's not the team's fault. It's injury. So that's one thing when we are talking about squad depth. But again, I feel they should give me more good performances before I could say Real Madrid are back. For now, it's still the Real Madrid that injury have been hitting. So no new thing.
All right, looks like as if they're not impressing Benjamin right there, but so far so good. They've only lost 1 in the last 5 games, so I don't know about impressive. And it looks like as if they are catching up to Barcelona, just a point difference, and they have a game in hand. But Victor, yes, Real Madrid, they've been playing badly and all, but who would you say has been the standout player for them this season? Who has been most crucial for them for the success they've had?
This is quite really, really dicey, because when we look at these players, most of these players have not lived up to the expectation of what we know them to be. They are world beaters, but when we look at them this season, I can't really pick out a particular player. Maybe I would say Federico Valverde. He has been the standout for me, because when I look at Vinicius Junior is a game changer. He's more like a one-man army, but this season he has not played badly, but he has not lit the world the way we know him to do. So I will not say it's Vinicius Junior. I will just say Federico Valverde. He has been the one to try to steady the ship most times. He might not be scoring goals, he might not be making the headlines, but this is a man that when you watch their game, he's more like a leader when it comes to the Real Madrid team this season. So I would just say Valverde, and we know that Thibaut Courtois is back, so let's expect something good too from him. So, but for now, I think it's Valverde.
All right, same thing with you also, Benjamin. Valverde the most standout player for them this season?
It's Federico Valverde. The man has been, the young man has been in and out. Today he's going to play at the midfield. Tomorrow he's going to play at the right back position. I think the man, for me, is one of the most improved players, and he's the best player for Real Madrid currently.
All right, it's time to bring you guys in and weighing your thoughts on all we've talked about. Real Madrid, 2 games left in the Champions League. Do you guys believe they are able to get through to the knockout stages, through to the playoff, or maybe they can go straight to the knockout stages if other results do go their way, if they do win the last 2 games? Also, who do you guys think has been the standout player for Real Madrid this season? Also, we also talked about Barcelona and their squad depth. Do you guys believe that their squad depth might be the cause of their downfall if they are not able to get people that can replace, maybe like for like, or maybe people that are good squad players? 0817 000951 and 0817 0810 951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp platform 0701 933 9962. All right, let's take a look at the SMS and the WhatsApp platform for the SMS. All right, looks like these are messages from the first half of the show. Point of correction: Cole Palmer has failed to score against Liverpool and Leicester. You didn't put your okay. Good day from Port Harcourt. This one for the SMS platform. Say good day, sirs. Coach Weme from Delhi. Man City Man U tomorrow is hot fire. Yes, we'll get those matches tomorrow to come. Bukayo Saka on consistency, and many have said is ahead of Kopama. Chelsea can cope without Kopama, but the same cannot be said of Arsenal. Not minding how opposing teams try to mark down Saka, he will still see a way of creating something out of nothing. His assists speak volume of that. You didn't give us your name, but your number ends with 9465. All right, the phone lines and the SMS platform are still open for you guys to share and win your thoughts. 0817 000951 and 0810 951 0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp platform 0701 933 9962. Do you guys believe that Real Madrid are turning things around and they can go and fight for the the Spanish La Liga? Also, the Champions League is around the corner, and they've got 2 games right in their pocket. Maybe you might put it as that. Can they win those 2 games and move on to the knockout stages and maybe win the whole thing? Also, Barcelona, their squad depth has been an issue for them. As Flick has already complained about that, and they don't have funds right now to be able to get the players that they need. Could you see the squad, or do you see squad depth might be the requirement, or might be what the team will need to be able to hold on to the Spanish La Liga and be able to win the whole thing? Probably 0817 000951 and 0810 951 0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp platform 0701 933 9962. All right, let's take a look at some of the matches in the top 5 leagues in Europe before we got on with the stories. In the Spanish La Liga, the match is almost over. Espanyol and Osasuna, it ended goalless. Cagliari against Atalanta is at halftime and it's goalless at the moment. Maybe they'll be bringing on the star boy Adelman Lukman to maybe get them that decisive goal. Union Berlin against VfL Bochum, it is goalless at the moment. There's a red card for VfL Bochum. For Bayern and Mainz 05, it is goalless at the moment. Borussia Mönchengladbach and Holstein Kiel 1-0 in favor of Borussia Mönchengladbach, and there's been a goal in Bayer Leverkusen taking on Augsburg, and Bayer Leverkusen have a goal to nothing. Also, the match between Lobby Stars and Plateau United is 1-0 still in favor of Lobby Stars, and later we'll see Shooting Stars take on Kano Pillars. I already said that the guys in the second part will come and do justice to what's happening in the Nigeria Premier Football League and what's also happening all around Nigeria from the 4 o'clock hour. So we're expecting them sooner or later. Alright, and now we switch things from the Spanish La Liga to talk about the Italian Serie A. And yes, we said the star man, Adelman Lukman. Let's talk about what they are doing. They're shaking up the whole European football. Yes, it's Atalanta, the club from Bergamo that's been going, or you might have called them a Serie B yo-yo team, but now they are contending for the Serie A title and maybe might be one of the biggest forces to reckon with in Europe. Their 3-2 loss to Real Madrid this week was a reminder of just how far they've come, even in the defeat. But trust me, the story isn't about the loss, it's about the journey. So let's talk about the remarkable tale of Atalanta, led by the man, the myth, the legend, the condottiero, Gian Piero Gasperini, as the Italians, the Atalantas have already dubbed the man. Yes, Gasperini man faced the European royalty of Real Madrid in the Champions League this week. And yes, the man did say that Real Madrid are favourites, but we all had that hope in us or we all had that feeling in us that Real Madrid could lose to Atalanta because of their performance over the years, and maybe because of also Atalanta's also Real Madrid's poor form. But yes, they did lose, but so far so good. They've been able to pull up impressive wins on a 9-match unbeaten run, equaling their record in 1991. And also they are also the top scorers, with Matteo Retegui stepping into Gianluca Scamacca's shoes and making a run for the Capo Cannonieri. And it's not just goals, they've also beaten Napoli and Roma away from home. They've dominated the lesser teams and are showing the kind of form that champions are made of. But looking back at the Tuesday match against Madrid, they gave Los Blancos a scare. Charles de Ketelar penalty stepping from a classic Gasperini move leveled the score. And while Vinicius Jr. and Jude Bellingham brilliantly restored Madrid's lead, Atalanta refused to give up. Lukman made it 3-2, and in stoppage time they were inches away from a dramatic equalizer when Retegui missed chance given to him by none other by yours truly, Ademola Lookman. But yes, it might haunt them, but this kind of performance does build conviction, does build character of how they performed over the years. And now they look like as if they might be going for the title, and some are already telling them, or some are looking at the fairy tale Scudetto win and reminded of what Sampdoria did in 1991. They built this team over the years. Gasparini has been with them and he has built them brick by brick by brick. And now they are considering them for the Italian Serie A, the Scudetto. Right on our screens, we're seeing Liverpool in the dugout. They will still be going for the match against Fulham. We'll get you the lineup soon. But Benjamin, Atalanta, a Scudetto win, Adelman Lookman, and it's been nice to get the Scudetto for him. Also looking at how Victor has a Scudetto, and both of them, if they do win the CAF Champions League, we'll both have one apiece. But Atalanta, what has been making them tick? Is it just Gasperini's involvement from the time he has been coaching them? He has built them brick by brick, or they've gotten the players are the ones that are bringing them up? And what has been your take on their performance so far from last year till this year?
Well, I think it's Consistency and belief. When you win a trophy, it gives you that belief that you can actually go all the way, and that's one thing that has really worked for the Bergamo side. The last season, this team, Gasperini has been this team for the past 3 years, and it's that thing that has been. When these players have played together over the years, it gives them that synergy. They tend to understand themselves, how one gets to position and how one gets to know where his players, should position, even without, looking at where the player is. You'd have to, because that's one thing about playing together. And you look at the way this team has really been full of belief. Last season they actually went all the way. They actually won the Europa League, beat a side that has been unbeaten. So that's what winning games gives you. That's what winning trophies gives you. That belief. I think one driving force about them is the fact that they believe they can actually beat anybody. Anybody is beatable, and it has shown that yes, they could actually go all the way. Look at the way they actually played against them. The way they played against them, they had a point against Arsenal at the start of the season in the Champions League. They lost to Real Madrid, but they've had that progress all through. Now they are now in the knockout places, So I think one thing that has really worked for these players is the belief that Gasperini has really put in them that is actually working for them. So I think that's the major part. And they don't have that superstar before now that we could say Messi or Ronaldo, Haaland kind of player. They just go as a group. They are one of the best side that plays the high pressing football right now. They can press you from the start of the game to the end of the game. That's what they can do. And you look at the way they have been playing. It's no mean feat to say these guys they are playing the best football in Europe. They are similar to what Liverpool are currently doing right now. That's how it has been. For them. So for me, I think it's the belief that drives them, the belief that the manager have installed into them that drives them for me. Yeah, they lost a player to Juventus last season, a very good defensive midfielder, and this season they've picked up themselves, and it's something that they've actually been working through. They don't have enough money to go get the world-class players that they want, but they're actually working with what they have, and it's actually working for them. So for me, I think it's the drive, the belief that they've got from last season. Last season was their breakthrough season where they had to play in the Europa League finals and then won it. So I think it's that drive that is actually in them. The hunger for them to actually put their name in the history book is one thing that is actually driving, pushing them. You look at last season, Victor Osimhen, 2 seasons ago when they won the Scudetto, it seemed that it's still that force, that hunger for them to put their name to in the history books. When you're writing the history of Italian football, you could say Atalanta, the team from Bergamo, came from nowhere with no superstar actually coming to win the league. So it's possible for any team, Atalanta, to win the league. They are seated top of the table right now, because Napoli and Conte haven't really been having the best of results. Lost last game to Lazio, so they are actually seated top of the table, and they are not playing badly against Cagliari, in as much as they've not had a shot on target. Cagliari has had four shot on targets, but it's still goalless. Anybody can win this, and if they get on to win this, it's a good one for them. They sit comfortably top of the league, so it's possible for them to win the league compared to what Sampdoria actually did in the 90s. So for me, I think they could go all the way and actually win it.
All right, they could go all the way and actually win it. You share the same thoughts as Victor Israel.
Yeah, I think we've seen Gasperini arrange a team that can go out there and do it, not just in the league but also outside the league. We saw it last season where they met a certain fantastic Bayer Leverkusen team being led by Xabi Alonso, and we saw how they dispatched that Bayer Leverkusen team. So I see Atalanta, they get to play a very fantastic football. They have players that have that flair. You can say not just Ademola Lookman, but there is a certain Ketelare there. That guy is very good at what he does also. Then there's Retegi, that is also another good player. So the Atalanta team are made up of players that are willing to play for this coach. There are players that are ready to go in and grind out results. Most times give you fantastic performance. We saw the game they lost against the Real Madrid. They lost that game by just a little bit of extra pressure from the Madrid team to win the game. That was how they lost it. So I just feel Atalanta can go there and get the Scudetto. It will just be the same way Victor Osimhen won the Scudetto with Napoli, and the same way he won the Scudetto with Napoli and won the African player. So we might get to see a repeat of that from Ademola Lookman getting to win the Scudetto with Atalanta and also getting to win the African Player of the Year. So I just feel Atalanta can do it. We've not seen Juventus has not been giving us what we are expecting from them. Roma has not been playing good football. Inter Milan has been good, but this is an Atalanta team playing in a different dimension. So I just feel getting the Scudetto is possible, so why not? They can get it.
All right, it's all started right there at the Anfield. 2 minutes gone, and it's Liverpool against Fulham. Let's look at who is on the field right now for Liverpool. The field of 4-3-3 formation. Alisson right there in between the sticks. On left back, we've got Alex. 4-2-3-1. But looking at the four people right at the back, we've got Alexander Arnold, Joe Gomez, Virgil van Dijk, and Alex Robertson. In the midfield, we've got Szoboszlai, Gravenberch, and Curtis Jones. White up front. On the left is Cody Gakpo, and on the right is Mohamed Salah. And up front, we've got the man Luis Diaz. And for Fulham, the 4-2-3-1 formation. Leno right in between the sticks. On left back, we've got Robinson and Tete right there in right back. In the two centre back pair, we've got Cuenca and Dio. For the midfield, the pivot, we've got Lukic and Serberge, and also in the midfield we've got Wilson, Pereira, and Alex Iwobi. And for the man up front is Raul Jimenez. For the substitute for Liverpool, we've got Wataru Endo, Darwin Nunes, Federico Chiesa, Harvey Elliott, Diego Jota, Kami Kelleher, Kwanzaa, Tyler Morton, and Trey Noni. For Fulham, we got Rodrigo Muniz, Adama Traore, Carlos Vinicius, Timothy Castagne, Steven Bender, Joshua David, Stephen King, Ryan Sessegnon, Emmy Smith Rowe, and Marshall Godo right there on the field. And it's just 3 minutes gone, and we've also got Nelson in the studio with us, and also the beautiful Gift also right here in the studio with us. So you're looking at this match, Nelson, and you're looking at Liverpool against Fulham. They've been on an impressive run. Fulham also have been on an impressive run lately, and it looks like it might be tough for Liverpool. How do you see the match going?
Well, the game have already started beautifully, but wonderful afternoon to everyone, first of all. Afternoon to the colleague in the studio. Afternoon to our listeners out there. And it's a beautiful game. First 15 minutes or 50 seconds of kickoff. We already see Liverpool on the ascending front, and they got a yellow card for it. The Fulham team got a yellow card for it, fouling Roberts in there. It's almost a penalty. If it was at least 15 minutes or 16 minutes, it would have been a penalty. But based on the fact that it's an early kickoff, an early 30 seconds or 50 seconds, and that they outside the box, they had to give it that it was not played as a free kick. It was given to the Fulham goalkeeper to just continue the match, and you look at dished out, and then you look at, and I'm seeing the referee of Fulham complaining there. I'm saying, why is it like that? But the match is always, when it's come to Liverpool, it's always more attacking, and they've shown it in this game, and I feel that if they continue like this, at least we've seen a goal or two in this first half.
All right, and now Gibbs, coming over to you. Arne Slot, the best manager for the month. Also, we also had Mohamed Salah also getting the best player for the month. Now, those two achievements have to say big thing for the club, and they've also given Mohamed Salah a new contract. Now we're waiting for Trent Alexander-Arnold to be given a new contract, but it's time to tie these guys down. All right, now what does the new contract say for him? They have faith in Mohamed Salah. What is your take on the new contract, and how are they going to be able to keep Trent Alexander-Arnold?
Mohamed Salah is actually a good player. his contract extension is a very nice one, and a slot believes so much in him. Some with over, should I say, 17 goals. Oh, that was close, but a man with over 17 goals and once the African Player of the Year. African Player of the Year. He's doing absolutely well for Liverpool ever since he joined. Is something people can't write off at this moment. And Liverpool, except for the fact they lost to Nottingham Forest, they have been up as they are topping the league, both in Premier League and in Champions League. They are there, and currently I think they just need to keep their focus, and probably they might repeat what they did in 2019, and we are hoping that is a good one. And Mohamed Salah being in that team is something, and a slot maybe he couldn't afford, in the sense that he came with the right motion, and he wants to clinch the title again, this time with Liverpool. And Mohamed Salah being there is a very good one, as we all know how he did a very fantastic job during in 2019 alongside Sadio Mane and what's his name? The guy who became a pastor recently, what's his name? Firmino, something like that. And even with the absence, he keeps on going hard, and he's doing incredibly well for the club. And his contract extension is very, very paramount for the club, because we can't imagine him not in Liverpool team. And we'll see. I won't say absolutely the club will flop, but they're going to really feel his absence, as Mohamed Salah is actually magical when he's with the ball. And alongside with what's his name?
Luis Diaz.
No, his counter, like no counter, but his colleague out there, the one you just mentioned.
Firmino.
No.
Darwin Núñez.
The one with contract extension as well.
Okay, Trent.
Yes, they left back. Right back. Yes, that's another strong player that has a very strong willpower when it comes to defense. Alongside Van Dijk, both of them in Liverpool is magical when they are there. And I strongly stand by Arne Slot if he will keep Alexander-Arnold as well. All
right, now, Benjamin, there was an interview with Bournemouth Semenyo, and they asked him who does he fear the most, what defender does he fear the most, and he said it's Virgil van Dijk. He said just hearing or just feeling the man's aura coming, that you can literally feel this man coming for you. He said it was the time he was about to get a goal, and he was just hearing footsteps behind him. So he looked back and he saw Virgil van Dijk. He kept on going, but he said in his mind he was Virgil is here. And he said it just threw him off, that he could just feel the presence of this man. And Virgil, also looking at him, this man came second in Ballon d'Or, one of the best defenders we've had in the century, maybe you would say, or maybe in the past 5-10 years, looking at the best centre backs. Can you confidently say that this man has actually redefined defending in the English Premier League and giving him that status as the best defender in the English Premier League?
I think when you look at Virgil van Dijk, the confidence that the man have, in himself and the way he carries himself is one thing. Yeah, the man is huge, but the man has got pace. In him is one thing, and I'm not surprised that Semenyo actually said that, because you look at the strikers that the man has faced. The man has faced huge strikers and he has come out on top. In terms of aerial abilities, the man is there. In terms of duels, he's there. So for me, I think I'm not surprised that the man is being listed for. And Fulham has just taken the lead at Craven Cottage. At Anfield. It's the former Manchester United player Andres Pereira that has scored the goal for Fulham there. It's the Fulham fans that are top of their voice. Early in the game, 16 minutes, and it was a goal that it was a cross that Andres Pereira actually met, a cross from the right hand side. That's the left hand side of Fulham, the right hand side of Liverpool. Robinson actually crossed the ball, the US international, and was met by Andres Pereira. I think that was poor defending from Andy Robertson. So back to what I was saying. So I feel that I think you look at the way it's been. Well, I think that's a poor defending from Robertson.
That was a deflection of Robertson.
It's apart from the defending, the deflection. I think it was really a poor defending from Robertson there from the defender. Well, before the game we actually said Fulham were going to cause trouble for Liverpool, but it's still early in the game. Let's see the way Liverpool respond to the game. Well, they've not had a game since last week. This is their first game in the Premier League. So I think I don't want to say they are rusty because they actually played in the Champions League. So we saw the game in the Champions League. They were really caught open by Girona. Let's see the way Liverpool responds. It's Anfield. They are 1-0 down. Let's see the way they actually Ancelot's men actually pick up themselves, and then let's see their response in this game.
All right, let's see their response in this game. Yeah, Victor, want to say something?
I think this is a replica of what happened last season, where we had a 7-goal thriller, where Liverpool had to come from behind to get to win the game 4-3. We saw late goals from Wataru Endo and also Trent Alexander-Arnold. So we already knew what Fulham were going to do here, and they've done that already. But it's going to show that age is really catching up on Andy Robertson, because we know the Robertson of before will not let such defensive frailty there. So, but it's still early in the game. We've seen yellow cards flying here and there. But I think Liverpool will respond, knowing fully well that they were given an holiday last week, and they don't want to, because if they should lose this game and Chelsea get to win tomorrow, it's a 1-point gap. So I believe Ancelotti will be telling his boys not to give in, and we'll see something. We'll see a positive response from them.
All right, what do you guys feel about the match? Do you guys believe that maybe Liverpool might be able to come back and get the win? They started out late, but it's still possible for them to get the win. Also, what do you guys feel about Atalanta and the Scudetto? Do you believe it's possible for them to be able to grab that chance and grab the Scudetto? Also, I also talked about Barcelona and Real Madrid. Barcelona, you talk about their squad depth. Do you believe that the squad depth is too thin to be able to carry them for this full marathon and be able to win the Spanish La Liga? Also, for Real Madrid, could you believe that the match against Atalanta, the 3-2 win, could be the starting point? Jude Bellingham has scored in the last 6 games. Is Jude Bellingham back? Are we seeing a turnaround for Real Madrid? 0817 0000951 and 0810951091 for the SMS and WhatsApp platform is 0701 933 9962. All right, now let's look at the matches in the top 5 leagues in Europe. Right, in the Premier League is still goalless between Arsenal and Everton. 60 minutes on the clock. Liverpool against Fulham, 1-0. The match is right on our screens. Newcastle and Leicester City goalless at the moment. Ipswich and Wolves, there's a goal right there. Ipswich getting a goal right at the moment. Cagliari and Atalanta is goalless right at the moment. 59 minutes on the clock. Union Berlin and Bayern Bochum is 1-1 at the moment. 45 minutes on the clock. Bayern Munich and Mainz 05. There's a goal. Mainz 05 are currently leading Bayern Munich 1 goal to nothing. Borussia Mönchengladbach 3 goals to 1 again hosting Kiel. And Augsburg and Leverkusen 2 goals to nothing in favor of Bayern Leverkusen. For other matches, we're going to look at. Still in the Nigeria Premier Football League, Lobby Stars are still beating Plateau United 1 goal to nothing by 5:30. Shooting Stars take on Kano Pillars. By 6:30, we'll see Forest taking on Aston Villa in the Spanish La Liga. The first match against Espanyol and Osasuna has ended goalless. Mallorca are currently playing Girona. And that match will be by 4:15. 6:30, we'll see Sevilla take on Celta Vigo. And Rayo Vallecano will take on Real Madrid. And then by 6:30 in the German Bundesliga, we'll see St. Pauli take on Werder Bremen in the Italian Serie A. By 6 p.m., we'll see Udinese taking on Napoli, and by 8:45 will be Juventus taking on Venezia. In the French Ligue 1, by 5 p.m. Marseille will be taking on Lille, and Auxerre will be taking on Arcelons, and Stade de Reims will be taking on AS Monaco. All right, now, Victor, you've got your eyes on the game, and looks like as if there is a card in the game. A poor tackle from Robertson. What's your take?
I think this guy is past his prime, and at this point, it's just the injury to Shimikas that is making him get to start games, because this is really, really poor control from him. You already won the ball. What was the essence of losing the ball again while trying to control it? Van Dijk was there, or you would have gone straight to Alisson there at the back. But instead, he lost the ball, and in a bid to get it back, and he was the last man there, and got to kick Harry Wilson there, the former Liverpool Academy graduate there. So I just feel the VAR are still trying to review it. So, but I just feel if this red card should stand, then it will be a really tough game for Liverpool, more than what we planned for coming into the game. So I just feel Robertson should just be wary. He has lost his first team shirt. That's just it.
All right, Benjamin, what's your take on the game? 80 minutes gone by.
There's a reason why Liverpool haven't really talked about Robertson. His contract is winding down. I think they want to make him leave on a free. Just looking for another left back, then the market for another left back. So for me, I think you look at it, the VAR are trying to look at the red card to see, but I think that's going to be a red card for me. Robertson, he's been clumsy in this game. He's had 2 opportunities. The goal coming from his side, not really looking, when defending. So I think it's a poor showing from him. It's right time to see how this is one of the challenging games that Liverpool has faced this season. Let's just see how Ancelotti gets to set up a team. I think he's going to they're actually looking at the offside position to see, but I think they're actually looking at Ancelotti might likely be making changes, bringing in Kwanzaa and then taking off one of the players to see it's onside, taking off one of the players to see so that Gomez can actually come to the right back, or Kwanzaa could play at the right back. Robertson is being sent off. It's official that it's a red card for Andy Robertson. Liverpool are down to 10 men, 1 goal down. Let's see how they pick themselves up and respond.
All right. Nelson, this is a very bad start for Liverpool right now. 1 goal down, and then again they had to get the red card. I didn't mean they were a goal up and they had gotten the red card. There's something to fight for. But now, a red card, you've gotten a man down, and you need a goal to be able to level things up. What is going through Ancelotti's mind right now?
Well, as Benjamin has rightly said, bringing Kwanzaa, it's going to be a tough game for Liverpool now, but he has built the team to withstand this pressure, I think, because he's a new manager, and this is one of the obstacles that comes with managing a new team. We were talking about if Salah gets injured, that's when we will know if he's a good coach or not. We're talking about if Van Dijk got injured, if we will know if he's a good coach or not. But now we have seen a situation whereby you are 1 goal up, you are 1 goal down, and you have gotten a red card. This is now him to show his managerial tactic and prove to the Liverpool fans and the rest of the world that he can be able to manage his team and do very well with them, because this is a game that's going to be a very tough one for Liverpool, and I feel that it's just the right mentality right now and the right change the right bringing up substitute player that would change the team. And he missed it. It was Wilson. Wilson has missed a free kick there. So Liverpool are still one goal down, but it's time for him to change the game right now. Take off one player, bring in another, and let's see if the game is going to change.
All right, now, Gift, is this still a winnable game for Arne Slot? Looking at how they are high pressing side, but now they look as if they will want to be committing to being defensively, knowing that Fulham are a very good attacking side, but they also need that goal. What should they be doing right now? What should be the focus?
The game is still a bit fresh, just 21 minutes gone, and although there are 10 men now, but I strongly believe that Liverpool are going to try to put in their best, in the sense that the last game with Liverpool is just one goal, and that was a penalty from Salah that gave them the game. And currently, I see Fulham actually ascending on Liverpool seriously, and it's something fans need to be worried about, in the sense that their defense is a bit shaky, and we are seeing lots of errors from either the goalkeeper or their defense line, which used to be very strong and impeccable back in other games. But this one is something we can't actually tell if currently Liverpool are going to get this one, as it's a game of who wins this one and then gets the points. Though Liverpool are on the better side, but for me, I'm seeing Fulham actually doing an incredible job.
Right, Fulham doing an incredible job right there at Anfield. It is 1-0. A red card for Robertson, and Arne Slot to be racking his brain on how he's going to be able to maybe get a goal to be able to equalize things, and if maybe push for a win against a strong Fulham side. And we've got a reliable Reliance in the studio. Reliance, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Great to be here.
Right now, in the morning, early in the afternoon, we had a discussion between Cole Palmer and Bukayo Saka. And if you had a team, you had money to be able to transfer one of these two, who would you be getting to the squad?
I think it's an unfair choice because Cole Palmer is younger than Mohamed Salah, and
between Saka and Palmer, not between Palmer.
Okay, I thought you said Salah. I'm gonna have to choose Bukayo Saka because, in as much as I believe that Cole Palmer is a generational talent and has a lot to offer to the world of football, but Saka is already a finished product. He's already a tested and proven product in the English Premier League. Saka can play in any team in the world right now. Saka can walk into Real Madrid and send anybody to the bench. It's going to be a case of Vinicius is a well-established player in the Real Madrid setup, so you might not want to risk it. But can he compete? Can Saka compete with Vinicius? Of course he can. Rodrigo, so Saka can walk into any team right now in Europe, in European football, any team right now in club football in the world. Real Madrid, Barcelona do not even have much established players like that. So you're looking at Lamine Yamal, and then you're looking at maybe a bit of Ferran Torres, or so they do not really have established players like that. Then Paris Saint-Germain. Who are you looking at in Paris Saint-Germain? Maybe what's his name?
Is it Zaire Emery?
Hakimi? Not Zaire Emery. The name eludes my memory. Is gonna come. So Saka can walk into anything right now. So I think I'll go for Saka. I have the options of playing both of them. I can play both of them. Trust me.
The option was not to play. One of them.
I know. I can play both of them. I can play Cole Palmer deep and play Saka at the right hand side, and it's still gonna offer me. I'm not even a fan of playing Saka, playing Palmer as a winger. I'm more of a fan of playing him deep. Maybe very close to your centre forward. And then he offers that transition between the centre forward and the attacking midfield. And then you have your DM who walks between the midfield and the defensive lineup. So I think I'll go for Saka, because of establishments, because of longevity, because of he has more experience playing at the top flight than Kopama at this point. So that's the reason why I'm going to go for Saka. It's difficult for anybody right now to bench Saka in the English national team. So I'll pick Saka for these reasons. But that's not to say that Kopama is not going to offer or cannot offer what Saka offers. But that extra advantage, that edge that he has is the experience. The number of matches that Saka has played in top flight English football, Palmer has not played those number of matches just yet. In fact, Saka is the engine room of Arsenal since Mikel Arteta became the manager. So that does not come without adding so much experience to it. That does not come without adding so much flair. And of course, the maturity to it. So those are the reasons why I'll stick with Saka. And then maybe I'll send Kopama to the bench, watch his development. That is if I'm to play them in the same position. But if I had the options, definitely I would need both of them in my team.
All right, and now to you, Nelson. Now, we talked about Barcelona and their squad depth, and you might see it might be the cause of them losing the title. They've only won one in the last 5 games so far, and they've drawn 2, and those 2 deals were from a winning position. That means they were already ahead before drawing those 2 matches. And when you look at their bench, you compare them with the kind of bench that Atletico Madrid has and the kind of bench that Real Madrid has. The Spanish La Liga title, can we determine that it's going to be who has the best or who has the biggest squad depth in the long run?
Barcelona, of course, lot of youngsters, but let's look at the Real Madrid setup. Real Madrid has become one of the formidable teams, and they have the likes of Barcelona have squad depth, but Real Madrid has squad depth and also good players. When you have the likes of what's his name again, Kylian Mbappe, Vini Jr., Rodrigo, Jude Bellingham, Valverde, there are lots to mention. So if Tchouaméni and Valverde are not playing well, you still have Modric in the setup. So it's kind of a scary team to look at in the next coming of years, because these teams are still young. A lot of young players are there that are formidable enough to cause harm to any team in Europe. They are a bit shaky at the start, based on the fact that the likes of Liverpool, Liverpool have peak form, and Kylian Mbappe is just transitioning to the team. He's not playing as a striker in his former club, so coming to the team now is a bit shaky for him. But if you watch out Real Madrid in the next couple of years, you have to fear them, because young squad, young midfield. The midfield is so powerful. The likes of Valverde, Tchouaméni, and the rest. So it's a team that you have to look and say, yes, they are going to come up in the coming future. For Barcelona, yes, they are still building something. They are building something. I think it's a bridge.
I honestly think that this young stuff is overflogged for Barcelona.
It's overflogged.
How many age players do we have, or matured players do we have in Real Madrid?
They're not much.
Camavinga.
Modric
How old is Camavinga? How old is Tchouaméni? How old is Rodrigo? How old is Valverde? How old? You go to Barcelona, Yamal, Pedri, Gavi. I mean, if you look at the average, Kobasi, if you look at the average age, these 2 teams, I would say have young squad. But why is Barcelona's own oftentimes overflogged? Or why is Barcelona's own oftentimes made to be the major talking point? As if in Real Madrid there is Sergio Ramos, there's Cristiano Ronaldo, there's Bale, there's Benzema.
No doubt.
There, but in Barca, you find what's his name? Luis Kelly.
Yeah.
Or you find Ethan Waneri. You find, what exactly are we talking about? Both teams have young squad. It's a case of ability of the coach or the manager in charge to manage both of them to get results. Isn't that the case?
Yes, of course, it's the case, because both teams have young squad. I said it's that if you look at the midfield of Real Madrid, it's very young, and they have an old player to complement it. They have an old player to complement it in the name of Modric. He's training the youngsters to do best, and you see the likes of Camavinga, you still have Valverde, even up front you have Hendrik, you have Kylian Mbappe, Vini Jr. and Rodrigo. These are formidable players come in sync. It's going to be very dangerous to play them. I was saying that the likes of Liverpool and other teams are beginning to make themselves feel as if they're Champions League winners, based on the fact that these teams are not doing very well in the Champions League. The name of Real Madrid and the rest of them, they are struggling. But once this young team click, it's going to be difficult for any team to beat them. Imagine having a Vinny Jr., Kylian Mbappe, and Rodrigo up front, and you also have a Bellingham, Tchouameni, and Valverde in the midfield, or let's call Camavinga in the midfield. It's going to be very hard to beat them. Even if you're going to beat them, it's going to be a slim chance to beat them. So it's just for Don Carlo to make this team click, and you just see the kind of wonderful team Real Madrid is going to turn out to be in the next 5, or let me just give them 5 years. It's too long. 2 years or 3 years to come.
In a bit, we discuss Nigerian football. Reliable reliance on Mike 1 on our screens. Liverpool against Fulham. It's Liverpool with a red card. 31 minutes of football played at Anfield, and Fulham these days being so much assisted by Nigeria's Alex Iwobi leading with a single goal. Trent Alexander-Arnold from the other side looking to see how they can salvage a point or even go over the top to get all 3 points with a man down. You have to look into history books. Maybe look for the likes of Bayern Munich or maybe Pep Guardiola's Manchester City, not this particular one anyways, to find a team that was able to come down from a goal with the red card to win a particular fixture. But let's see if that's what Liverpool is going to do at Anfield. The ball is still within their grasp and right at the edge of the box of Fulham, and they are trying to see how they can create spaces for themselves and then take a shot or probably dribble inside the box and cause damages. Mohamed Salah has been in fine form recently. Let's see if he'll be able to salvage a point or even maximum 3 points for Liverpool at Anfield. It's going to be more like a defining moment. If Ancelotti loses at Anfield, it's not going to be his first loss in the Premier League. He should be the second if eventually things end like this. But you need to understand that Fulham has been in fine form, so it might be difficult for them to break this Fulham side, equalize, and even go on to take the lead. That is if Fulham would not score a second goal as things stand. Thank you very much for staying right there. We'll talk Nigerian football. We have matches coming up. Match day 15, not match day 17, that should be in the Nigeria Premier Football League. We will take a review of those matches, some of them scheduled for today, some of them scheduled for tomorrow. And then we'll have discussions into Aqua United that has been struggling, couple of changes of coaches, and recently Mohamed Babaganaru just resigned from his position as the head coach of Aqua United, and the resignation was wholesomely accepted by the management led by Paul Bassi, citing poor results in the last couple of matches. They are languishing in the relegation waters in the Nigeria Premier Football League table. So that's the highlight of what we're talking about. And then we'll also look at the current setup of the Super Eagles. It's a serious conversation that we must have. Trust me, it's a serious conversation that we must have regarding the current setup of the Super Eagles side. Because if you want to look at it, Fulham, Alex Iwobi is doing great and mighty things for the club. Right now, he's on the ascendancy. He has the ball, but has been dispossessed. Was looking for a counter-attacking position or opportunity for them to inflict more damages on the Merseyside Red side. But unfortunately for them, they had those balls cut short, and it's now Liverpool with the possession. So look at Fulham. Whatever they are doing right now, you find Alex Iwobi's signature on it. You go down to Nottingham Forest, whatever they are doing, you find a Nigerian with signature on it. Whatever Atalanta is doing, there's a Nigerian with all signatures all over it. Whatever the Galatasaray side is doing since the sign of Victor Osimhen, there's a Nigerian right there with his signature all over it. So, I mean, watch Lazio in the Europa League. Whatever Lazio is doing these days in European football, there is a Nigerian with his signature all over it. So go across these teams, and I'm not just talking about teams that are struggling to survive. I'm talking about teams that are competing for trophies, teams that are contesting for European places from their domestic leagues. You find Nigerians there. You know, their signature these days. They say if you want to break record, if you want to do the invincible, get a Nigerian, going by what Bayer Leverkusen did with Victor Boniface. So we'll have that conversation. The CAF Awards comes over Monday. All right, we'll have that conversation as well. So it's fully packed Nigerian football discussion. The focus is where we are at this point. So do not forget the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. That is our SMS and the WhatsApp portal. And for the phone lines, I'm pretty certain that you do know the passcodes that we will be using for you to be part of the conversation. So it's Rivers United hosting Kwara United at the Dokeme Simaka Stadium in the Nigeria Premier Football League match day 17. That will be, and by the way, as at this time, last season, there were only 8 away wins in the Nigeria Premier Football League. But as we speak, there have been 20 away wins in the Nigeria Premier Football League just after 16 matches played. All right, so let's talk about Aqua United. Let's consider what's going on with the club. Let's see if there is any redemption for Aqua United going into the season. We're going to be joined in the line in a little moment from now by Insi Debakpan, who is an Uyo-based sports journalist, who will be talking to us regarding the travails, the struggles of Aqua United, if there is any redemption in sight for the Promise Keepers. All right, so like I mentioned, we are being joined via the phone line by Nsidibe Akpan. Nsidibe Akpan is a sports journalist who based in Uyo, and he'll be talking to us regarding the travails and the struggles of Aqua United this season. Nsidibe, it's great to have you join us. Good afternoon to you. I'm very much fine. I'm doing great. How is your city this afternoon?
Oh yes, as you know, it's very good. The sun is shining. We have a very friendly weather, and everyone looks good, except Aqua United.
Oh my, and that is why Aqua United is on the front burner. This I think it should be evening by now, some minutes before the 5 o'clock hour. So that's why Aqua United is on the front burner this evening on today's Sports Live, because they are definitely not doing well. You can imagine that a club that has been rising, that has been sending seismic signals to some other clubs. Anytime you want to play Aqua United, you have that fear, that concern that is Aqua United you are facing. 2-time winners of the Federation Cup in Nigeria, won the league for the first time after 25 years of establishment. I mean, that club should be on the rising, not on the descendancy, as we see the club languishing in relegation waters these days. So definitely it's obvious that Aqua United is not feeling fine. So talk to us, Nsidi Bepan. What have you observed? It's not just this season. Last season, Aqua United equally struggled. So let's start with the resignation of coach Mohamed Babaganaro. The resignation has been accepted by the management of the club, but is it just the coach's problem?
Well, like you said earlier, United should be a club on the ascendancy. They should be, teams in the upper echelon of the MPFL, but no, that's not the case. They are struggling, and they've been struggling in the last 3 seasons. I remember a season before last season, they magically ended up in 9th place at the end of the season, but they were in the relegation struggle. Last season, I think it took only that terrible run by Sporting Lisbon, to move from the top of the table or among the top teams in the table to the relegation. It took only Sporting Lagos, that kind of poor run. It took for Aqua United to, maintain their status in the MPFL. So it has been, in the last 3 seasons, it has been very terrible. It has been very bad for the Promise Keepers. And this season, we thought things could, they could try to sort things out. But then, if you're a keen follower of the MPFL and the club, you will realize that that was wishful thinking. Because when you bring in a coach in Mohamed Babaganaru, he's very experienced. He's won the MPFL, is one of the big coaches, in quotes, in the MPFL. But when you bring in someone that struggled with Gombe United, I understand not the same level of what you have in Aqua United is afforded to people that are in Gombe, with due respect to them. But when you bring a manager from Gombe United, a team that was struggling, and in fact they were relegated last season, and because of poor run, I think Gombe United were 19 on the lock when Mohamed Babaganaro resigned in February 2024.
I think when you bring a manager like that after his resignation a month ago, and the management of Aqua United thinks he is the best man, right, to lead Aqua United away from the relegation and also take them to where they're supposed to be. So, there's a problem right there. So, Mohamed Baba Ganaru came in. He did a fine job keeping the club up, but I wouldn't give him all the credit because, like I mentioned, it was Sporting Lagos that had that very terrible run that afforded Aqua United the opportunity to stay up. If Sporting Lagos were able to win some few games, we will be talking about Aqua United in the Nigerian National League. So, Baba Ganaru came in, did a fine job, but this season has really exposed him because we understood the dynamics behind last season, that it was the relegation struggle. Everyone was trying to get points off each other, and the Nigerian factor was also heavily towards the end of last season, which helped Aqua United to escape relegation for the second season running. So this season has really exposed that what the management did towards the end of last season after Fatai Osho, reportedly resigned, because I wouldn't want to say staff officially. They said he resigned. Since Fatai Osho resigned, and they brought in Baba Ganaru. This season has really exposed the coach and the club, the decisions that they made. You look at the players, that are in the Aqua United setup. Come on, last season they were helped also by the good form or the good. These two guys are Ubong Friday, and as well as this young boy. That Trev, what's his name again? There's this young boy that scored 11 goals in the league last season. He was with Aqua United. Still trying to get his name. So I think the two guys they combined scored more than 20 goals, and they provided close to 20 assists as well in just half the season, and they have Aqua United progress. And at the end of the season, those two left the club. Ubong Friday ended up at Rivers United, and the young man moved out to Slovenia. So I think the recruitment, first of all, has been terrible in the last 3 years. The decision making, the players sort of.
Is it Sani Suleiman you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, Sani Suleiman. He was brilliant last for Aqua United alongside Ubong Friday. So Sani Suleiman left, and this season, look at the recruitment that they did. Come on, I keep telling people this. There are some players that I know of that are currently in the Aqua United setup. They were actually really rejected by NNO clubs in this state. I know a few of them. I do not want to mention names, but these guys were not good enough. Clubs that are playing in the NNO1, they thought they are not good enough, and before you know it, one thing leads to the other. I don't know who's their agents. They ended up at Aqua United. So it shows you the caliber of players that are currently in the ranks of Aqua United. My brother, they are not good enough. You can't football is no longer magic. That win at home at all cost syndrome is no longer prevailing in the MPFL. Teams go away and win matches. And if Aqua United cannot win at home, teams will just come in and they'll beat them. And that's been the story so far. So I think when you don't have good enough players and your coaching structure was led by Coach Mohamed Baba Ganaru, then something is really wrong. And all this, they keep changing coaches like you asked. It's no longer a coaching problem. We have to look at the management of the club. Like I've been very vocal about this, that the management are not doing what they're supposed to do, or whatever that they think they are doing well is not good enough. So there has to be changes made, not just at the management level. We've seen some changes made. The chief scouts, he was dismissed some weeks ago. He was dismissed. So they have identified that there's a problem there in their recruitment, and they've brought in, they are trying to bring in another person with fresh idea. We've not had any information about who they've brought in, but we know that they've dismissed Jimmy Noble, who was the chief scout for some seasons now for Aqua United, and now it has followed by the resignation of the head coach. So something is not right at Aqua United, my brother. So we have to say it, and that's why they are struggling. Before we can see Aqua United, start doing things again, hopefully, like the chairman did say that they have an opportunity in the transfer window. If they can make use of the transfer window and bring in some very good players, then they might be hope for them. But currently in the live PFL table, they are bottom of the league because the Stars are leading.
Mm-hmm. All right. I was very surprised, Nsidebe, when I saw Ubong Friday in the shirt of Aqua United. Honestly, I was very surprised. And I tell you why. We know the imprint, the the influence of Obong Friday in Aqua United for some seasons now. It's like a go-to player for the team. Now, you're looking at Aqua United and a team that is struggling, a team that needs redemption, a team that wants to survive, and you're letting somebody that's very instrumental to you to leave within that kind of period. I mean, it doesn't send a good message. So I was very surprised. I mean, I could recall discussing with a Port Harcourt-based journalist who criticized the signing of Obong Friday. I told him, look, probably you've not taken time to watch this man play. What you will see his impact, what he does. I'm even surprised that Aqua United decided to let him go, or Rivers United were able to poach him from Aqua United. It's like Arsenal losing Bukayo Saka. I mean, I wouldn't be far off if I make that analogy. It's like Arsenal letting go of Bukayo Saka, you know. So that for one sent a message of something is definitely wrong. Do you have some insight on the likes of Ubong Friday departing Aqua United? What may have led to it? Could it be that Rivers United came with a better package, better financial offer, you know, or could it be some what's the word now, irregularities in the club, that the guy could look at it and said, I don't think I have a future here anymore, and so let me make my move?
Well, I think Ubong Friday is a Aqua United player through and through. He has been with the club for a very long time. You know, every time he gets the opportunity to move away from the club, maybe an offer in Europe or elsewhere, outside the shores of Nigeria, if it doesn't work out for him, at the end of the day, he always comes back to Aqua United. So I would say he is an Aqua United man. But like you said, I think towards the end of last season, the guy is no longer, it's no longer 21 or 22. He's now heading to 27. So he's getting to the peak of his career, and he is looking at the next contract. At this point, he's still playing. He's still giving his best. You saw the output last season, and you've seen what he's doing
with Rivers United. This season.
Yeah, this season. So I think from the information that I gathered was he needed some assurances, and as regards to his pay, he needed for them to give him what is commensurate with the kind of performances he's putting and the level of importance that he has in the team. I think they couldn't agree to that, and they decided to let him go. And Rivers United, having seen the quality of the player, they've known him for sometimes. They've faced him on several occasions. They've seen the player. They decided, come on, this is a player that we have to bring in. And kudos to them. They brought him in, and he's doing well for the one Aqua United are struggling. So I think it is bad enough that you let a player of that quality, in fact, two players of equal quality that were delivering consistently. They were delivering, especially at the Gospel Park International Stadium. These guys, Sani Suleiman and Ubong Friday, they were scoring goals. They were terrorizing teams. When you watch Aqua United, you see how Ubong Friday is running at defense. You see how Sani Suleiman was running at defense. So, at defender. So, you realize that these were the main threats. The goals were coming from these guys, and you let him go. So, there's a problem in terms of recruitment because they've not been able to identify good players. It's very good to, if you are letting a player in the qualities of those players move on, what you do is bring in a good replacement. And if you can't find a good replacement, then you leave yourself exposed, and that's what's happening to Aqua United. I think the recruitment department, is bad. And let me not try to sugarcoat it. I think the recruitment department at Aqua United is bad. It's terrible because they are bringing players that are not even good enough to play in the NLO. And these are the players that are playing for Aqua United. So I think something needs to be done.
Is it because I am forced to talk about the salary structure because from the level of my understanding and experience covering the Nigeria Premier Football League, when a situation arises like this, there's always something tilting toward the salary structure of the club. Maybe cut down, maybe whatsoever. And so some of the big guns that they would have been able to secure would not want to come because they know very well that they're not going to be getting something that is commensurate or complementary to their worth that they believe. I mean, Aqua United should be able to pay the best players. They should be able to go to which club is they should be able to go to Rangers International and poach a player. They should be able to go to Rivers United and poach a player and pay. So is there any issue from what you've been able to gather in that direction that led to Aqua United now getting players who, by your words, are not good enough to play in the Nigeria Premier Football League?
I would say it's purely management, management decision. When you decide, okay, this is the salary gap, you want to pay people, you don't want to go beyond 500,000. You have players that will play for you. These players will come in and they will accept to call it 250,000 and play back. That's not what is happening elsewhere. It's not as if that government have decided, okay, we are not giving you the money that we've been giving, that we are going to give you something less. They've been receiving money, exactly the same amount that they've been receiving over the years. That's the allocation from the state government. So if they cannot afford good quality players, it's entirely management problem. So like I mentioned with Ubon Friday, from what I gathered, only asked, okay, he signed a 1-year contract. He signed a 6-month contract when he came back because him alongside Sani Suleiman, came midway through the season. So they didn't start the season with Aqua United. They came in midway through the season. So what I gathered is Ubon Friday decided, okay, maybe you give me a better deal, not the emergency deal that was offered to him when he came in midway through the season because he was looking for a club, obviously, at that point. So he demanded for something better when you look at what he has been producing for the team. And they said they can pay him that. And I think that was the issue. It's about money. It's about money. Footballers, there's no pension in football. So when you are gone, you are gone. At the point when you know your value, you know what you are doing, you know your worth, you need to, keep at it. You need to demand for something, good for yourself. So if a club cannot afford you, then another club who understands the business of football, who wants to progress, will definitely afford you. So Aqua United are not paying the kind of salaries that they should pay to bring in good players. And also there are so many shady deals, behind the scene. I think you read my report when I said about 4 to 6 players are on salaries about 60 to 80,000. That's
interesting.
Non-fiction. I'm not just making that up. It's what I've verified, and I have information on that.
Interesting.
So if you are paying some young players 60 to 70,000 to play for you, then how much are you paying the ones that are actually playing? They are bringing players that people don't even know of. You see, I understand when you bring in players like they brought in Sani Suleiman and he became a superstar in just 6 months in Rio. That's not the norm, right? That just happened because Sani Suleiman is exceptional. He's a very good player, and they were very fortunate to have him in the team. But when you bring in other players, unknown players that are not good enough, then you are paying them enough to play for you. Then it's going to cause a problem, and that's the problem that they are currently facing. So, Liverpool, I wanted to say Liverpool. Aqua United at this point. Aqua United at this point are not paying the salaries that you've alluded to. They're not paying the salaries they're supposed to pay. They are not attracting the best of players. Look at it now. There's no, the best players are not there. Even players that they should, use their influence. You see, players from Akwa Ibom State. I wouldn't want to make this say it's about Akwa Ibom players. But then you have players that grew up in Akwa Ibom. They always dream of playing for Akwa United. And when you have the opportunity to sign and you leave, you let them go. People like Samuel Xavier Isaac and Rangers. You have Ubon Friday, even Difreke Effiong. I think he came to Rivers United as well. Maybe he has moved to somewhere else. I don't know if he's still at Rivers. There are some good players that can deliver for you, but you are not paying them, what you're supposed to pay. And
So where is this money going to? Because the ledger you submit to the state government in Sidibe is according to what you expected to pay players. Now, when you submit this ledger, or submit what many might call the budget, so to speak, to the government, that this is what you're paying the players, and then you now decide to cut down and say, okay, we need to, refresh or reset our salary structures. Maybe you're now paying 50% compared to what it's on record. So where's the rest of the money is going to? I know you're not part of the management of Aqua United, but again, this ideology of getting young players, and paying them miscellaneous amount of monies and trying to see if we can build their portfolios, their careers from there, give them playing time and all, begs the question of the surplus, because definitely there will be surplus.
Yeah. Now, let me paint a very clear picture of Akwa United.
Yeah.
From what I understand, I don't think Akwa United are answerable to anybody. Currently in Akwa Ibom State, the way they are set up as an agency, right? So they are not under the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The Ministry of Youth and Sport only plays a supervisory role over Akwa United. So they receive their allocation directly from the state government.
Okay.
Right? They are paid 40 million every month. That's their monthly allocation from the state coffers.
Okay.
That's taxpayers' money. So what they do is they receive this money directly from the state government, not like every other Akwa Ibom team that gets money through the Ministry of Youth and Sport, like Dakada and the rest of even the female team also gets money from the Ministry of Youth and Sport. So the Ministry of Youth and Sport are just there supposed to supervise. They just look at what they do. I'm not sure they have access to their books. So they get money from the government, and I do not know who they make the account. I'm not sure they are even making accounts. They are even telling someone they are doing this, they are doing this. All that is done is state government knows that there's a club sponsored by Akwa United or by the Akwa State government that their allocation is 40 million. I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they even present the books to the state government. That's where the issue comes from, because there's no regulation. No one is looking at what the Akwa United are doing, in as much as they stay up in the MPFL, and maybe somewhere along the line, someone somewhere, is benefiting from this. So it's about not being transparent, not being accountable, not doing what you're supposed to do. Right now, that's the problem, because they are not. No one is telling them. No one is asking them questions. Why didn't you qualify for the the Champions League next season? Yeah? No one is asking that question. No one is asking, why are you finishing in 17? No one is asking that question, right? So it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem when there's no censorship, when there's no body to look over what you are doing and ask questions. So that's how Akwa United are operating. And I think that is the problem that they have. So until that changes, I think they will keep struggling, and nobody's going to say anything about it. Maybe when they head down to the NNL, that's when people will start asking questions.
All right. Elapo Obasi has been at the helm of affair. I mean, he's a seasoned sports administrator, has served many roles for CAF and FIFA. Started off as a sport journalist, and of course, here we are, the chairman of Akwa United, served in the capacity of special advisor to the governor, the then governor, Dem Emmanuel, and all of that stuff. So, how would you summarize his administration so far? Since 2016, he was appointed the chairman of Akwa United.
I would say when he came in, he brought in that bit of fresh air. You saw the experience, you saw the differences that he made. Like, you saw everything that happened, right? Akwa United came in, when Obasi came in 2016, it looks like Akwa United were heading in the right direction, and they were. And also that transpired in the players that we saw, the recruitment process, the welfare of the players, even where the players are staying. At that point, everything changed when he came in. But along the line, he has. It seems that he has lost touch of what he's been doing. Probably he has stayed for too long. He has stayed more than he should. He has stayed for too long. People have been telling him that he is doing very well, right? So he's not really looking at what he's not doing well, and whatever ideas that he had back then, which was good ideas that worked for Akwa United, is no longer working. Look at when he came in, the kind of managers that he brought in. You mentioned the likes of Raphael Everton.
Yeah.
You mentioned the ultimate, manager, which I think the best coach which Akwa United have had ever since the club was established.
That should be
in 1995 was Abdul Maikaba.
Abdul Maikaba, yeah.
Yeah, he had an identity. The way Akwa United play football, you could easily recognize they could go to the continent. They could beat even the best in the continent. But after that particular season where Maikaba, could not win the title, he decided to leave the club. They brought in Kennedy Boboye, who ultimately won the title for them. But after the title winning season, things begin to go down for Kwa United. They were not doing well. Boboye left. They brought in different kinds of managers, different kinds of persons, came into managing Aqua United, and it has not worked for them. So it starts, going down. The quality started going down from there. You see the kind of managers that they are recruiting. You also look at the kind of players that they are recruiting. That's where the problem is. Obviously, with all due respect to him, I keep saying he's a legend. He has given so much to football in Nigeria, in Africa, in CAF, everywhere. He has made an impact. But at this point, it seems he has lost touch of what he's been doing, and whatever that he's doing is not good enough for Kwa United. And we cannot pretend that it's good enough when it's no longer good enough. For the past, 4 years now, Kwa United have been struggling. So it is a problem. It's either I keep saying it's either Rapobasi improves his game, changes the people around him, make good decisions when it comes to Kwa United. Or if he cannot do that, then the team needs to, or the club needs to, find new leadership. It's not out of place, when things are not going well for a particular club side, they look for new direction. So for me, it's not out of place. And I would say if Pobas cannot turn things around for Akwa United, we have so much respect for him in Akwa in Nigeria. He shouldn't let people that do not understand football, like people like myself that don't understand football, to start talking down on what he has achieved over the years. So I think the management is not a big problem when Akwa United, is being mentioned and they're down for. When they were doing well, all of us were clapping for them, but then they are not doing well. No one is going to clap for it.
So that's where you pin it. The management, the ultimate problem that could, if a reshuffling is required to turn things around.
Yeah, I'm very convinced that's where the issue is.
Okay, but I mean, just this same management, just to look at things from both sides. This same management has given Akwa United the first league trophy in the history of the existence of the club. This same management has given Akwa United the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Right. So don't you think there's a possibility that this same management is just having a downtime and could pick up? I mean, we do see clubs having downtimes and eventually they do a couple of changes and then eventually pick up again.
I would want to give them that benefit of doubt. But then when you have bad time for 4 years, that's no longer a bad time. People go through rough patches, agreed. But when it's more than a season, it moves from 1 year to 2 years, 3 years. Sometimes it shows clearly that you can't turn these things around. Sometimes it shows that you can't turn it around. So I wouldn't be out of place if I say that at this point, having been so good when they came in, that in the last 4 years that they've not been good enough, they are still going down. I wouldn't say I'm being too harsh, but then, like you said, they could turn things around. But what if they cannot turn things around? It's a possibility that they may not be able to turn things around. We've seen them survive relegation for the past 2 seasons. This season should have been the year that they turn things around, right? But they've not been able to turn the things around. So we should look at a different direction. I keep saying, people are saying that Pobas is the best thing that has ever happened to Akwa United. Yes, of course. But then immediately Akwa United dropped down to the Nigerian National League. That's when all of us realized, something is really wrong with this particular. Remember what happened to Kano Pillars? They went down, they changed the management, they sacked everyone. They've come back. Now they are one of the top teams in the MPFL because they are sitting, quite comfortably. They are sitting in the top 10. They are currently 22 points, just a few many points off top spot. So sometimes you do not just wait for what happened to Pillars to happen to every other team. Sometimes you need to make changes. If they can, they have the window now. They have the window to turn things around. They have sacked Maba. Now it's now time for them, it's now time for the club to
to bring in a good coach, because that's what we are looking at. Who are they going to bring in? When this coach comes in, what are the kind of players they are going to bring in? Now, when they bring in these players, how are they going to perform? Will they be able to, gel into what the new coach is bringing to the table? So these are the questions that we are asking, and they have a window. I would want to give them that benefit of the doubt because of this particular window that they have to right their wrongs. But if they cannot right their wrongs, I think it's going to be too late for Akwa United when we realize that, these guys are not good enough. They should have been, they should have been dismissed from this job. By then, Akwa United will be in the NNL, and Akwa Ibom State, the Gospel of Babi International Stadium, will not have a top flight team, which is going to be a big shame.
All right, surely it's going to be a big shame for the Promise Keepers. But let's talk a little bit about the identity of the club. So you made mention of Abdul Maikaba, appointed then by Sam Paul Basi, and he established an identity on how Akwa United played. After Abdul Maikaba left, yes, that football philosophy did not win them the league, but at least there was a trophy to celebrate. 2017, the FA Cup. Was there any attempt for Akwa United to maintain that football philosophy that was introduced by Abdul Maikaba as the team's philosophy, so that anybody coming into Akwa United, be it a Reliance that wants to coach the team, be it Nsidibakwan that wants to coach the team, that this is how this club plays, and so let's continue in that trajectory as seen by other established top clubs, and not just about it being seen by other established top clubs. It has yielded results, trophies, for other clubs. So was there any attempt to do that, or from what you observe, it's just a case of anybody that comes in, play anyhow you want, like play anyhow you like, and then if it gives us results, then we are fine and good?
Yeah, I think that's where the problem is, because the philosophy that you are referring to, Abdul Maikaba came with his philosophy. That was Abdul Maikaba's philosophy.
Yeah,
it wasn't Akwa United's philosophy.
Sure.
So we have to be very clear about that. It was Maikaba's philosophy. It wasn't Akwa United's philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
So when Maikaba left with his philosophy, Kennedy Boboye came. He came with his own philosophy. But what Kennedy Boboye had was the bulk of the team that Abdul Maikaba had. They were still in place. Some players left, like at left back Wasa. He left with Maikaba. But bulk of the team, they were there, right? So what Akwa United and other MPFL teams have failed to do is, to play down on the role of the technical director, sporting director, however you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people that set the philosophy for the club. They will sit down and formulate this how we want our teams to play. You go to FC Barcelona, they are looking for a particular coach that fits into
their style. Yeah,
they are not looking at any other coach. If not, maybe probably would have hired Jose Mourinho, but they would have hired any other person. But then they keep looking for coaches that fits into what they want to do, the identity of the club. That's the club with the technical director. All those are clubs with technical directors, right? They say this is how we want to play our football, and we must play it in this way. And they realize that, okay, this kind of the way that we want to play is going to give us trophies. It's going to win us matches. It's going to make us attractive to the team. Like Akwa United were attractive. They were very attractive. They were very attractive when Maikaba was around, right? So Akwa United at this point don't have a philosophy. They don't have a playing style. We don't have anything. So whichever coach comes in, you're expected to do what you're supposed to do.
What works for you?
And you are coming in, bringing what works for you, and then when that is done, you are good to go, right? So Akwa United needs to establish their identity. They have not established their identity. So immediately they are able to establish their identity. That will work for them.
Okay. So we need to call. Yeah, can you hear us? We need to call you back. Maybe that will help the volume a little bit, because the volume from your end is diminishing as we speak. So I think we need to end the call and then call you back so we can get an optimal volume for the benefit of our listeners.
All right, that's okay.
Yeah, so in a matter of seconds, we'll call you back, please.
All right.
All right, in case you're just tuning in, this is Today Sports Live. We're talking Nigerian football, and at this point, Aqua United is on the front burner, and we do have an Uyo-based journalist in Sidibe Akpan who is very close to the club. Talk to us about the struggles of Aqua United. A couple of things have been established thus far, which we are going to highlight after this conversation, and also bring you in to talk to us via our SMS and the WhatsApp portal. But in the meantime, what do you make of the conversation so far and some of the things that have been reported about the promise keepers who have failed to keep the promise for the past, let's say, 3 seasons now, from what you've heard from Nsidibe Akpan? By the way, Liverpool have equalized against Fulham, so it's now 1-1 at Anfield. Cody Gakpo with a fly header benefiting from a cross by Egyptian Pharaoh Mohamed Salah to earn Liverpool a vital 1 point as it stands. Will they be able to maintain it? Will they be able to put one more to come from a goal down with a man down to win? Well, we wait to see if that is going to be the case at Anfield. But at the moment, it's Liverpool 1, Fulham 1, and we are heading into the 50th minute of the encounter. We're still discussing Nigerian football. Do not forget to be part of the conversation. Our SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there, 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. The CDB one is back on the line. I think the volume should be better off now.
I think so.
Yeah. Clearly better off. Liverpool have equalized, by the way, with a man down and from a goal down.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Impressive.
Very impressive.
Yeah. So we're talking about the identity that was introduced to the club by Abdul Maikaba and how Aqua United have failed to make that their own.
Yeah, like I mentioned to you, someone has to say this is how we want to play our football. Someone has to do that. If no one is doing that, then it's not going to happen. So, like I said earlier, this is what's happening with Aqua United. No one has been able to stand the authority and say, this is our identity. This is how we want to play football. So any coach that comes to you, you are not just bringing in any coach, right? You are bringing in someone that you've seen or you know that is going to,
fit into that philosophy, yeah.
So when that is not done, it is a problem. And that's why I keep telling you, I keep saying that Aqua United at this point, they do not have a philosophy because it's non-existent.
Insidibe, it's very alarming to learn from you that Aqua United, a club owned by the state government, is answerable to nobody. It's very alarming.
That's the truth.
Because even you talking to me right now, you're answerable to someone.
Yeah, of course, I'm answerable to myself.
Are you downplaying the role of your wife?
No, I'm not.
I'm not. So there are decisions. Somebody. The point here is there have to be a checkmating. You have to report in establishment and agencies like this. There have to be a checkmating. There have to be a reporting to keep you on track, not to derail you, not to your own disadvantage, but to make sure that you are on track. You are doing the very best, because sometimes ourselves could become our own enemies. So it's very alarming to learn from you that Aqua United is answerable to nobody. How did the club get to this point? And is it because of a change of government? Are we saying that Aqua United is bigger than the governor of the state, who by virtue of being the governor owns the club?
I wouldn't say they are bigger, but I would say is when you have someone like Elder Pobasi, which everyone like we know is a very respectable man. He was given a free road to run the club. Absolutely, he was given the free hand to run the club when he was appointed 8 years ago. So that trust has been there for more than 8 years, and he delivered when he came in. The first 4 years was good. Everyone saw results. No one really cared to ask a lot of questions because the results were good, and the team played well. Everyone enjoyed what Aqua United were doing. But I think when that freedom, I think because that freedom has become, a thing or a sense of kind of, would I say, an entitlement that, okay, we are an independent club, run by government funds, and you do not have anyone to checkmate us. It becomes a problem because, like I said, the Ministry of Youth and Sport, from my knowledge, they are only a supervisory body. They are only supervising. They are only there to supervise and see what Akwa United are doing. They are not the ones in charge of appointing the chairman or appointing the chairman of the club. They are not the one in charge of appointing a head coach. They are not in charge of doing so many things. They are just there. They are not, allocations are not coming from them. They are coming directly from the government. That's why I'm saying there is no agency of the government responsible for checking on these people. So it is what it is. I wouldn't say they are bigger than the government or the governor of the state, but then it's the trust that has been placed on the shoulders of the Paul Bassi and his management team, which has been misused at this point in time. So that, for me, is the problem. Not that they are bigger than the state government. If they are bigger than the state government, then they should stay there for life. But I know for a fact that if thing gets, there are some rumors filtering in that what we are saying has gotten to the state government, and they are probably looking into what's happening at the club. So they will definitely look into what's happening there, and they will make decisions that will be that's good for the club going forward. But I think for now the trust is still there, and they are still operating that like the way they've been operating. Probably when the time comes that they are asked questions to bring their books, that's when all of us will understand what has been happening in the last 8 years.
All right, so Sidibek, wrap this up for us. What's the way forward for Akwa United?
The way forward is for the management to make good decisions in terms of recruitment, because first of all it starts with recruitment. When you have a product to market, if that product is not good enough, then it's not marketable. So it starts with the kind of the identity of the coach that you bring in, the kind of players that you are bringing. It starts from there, because when the players delivers on the pitch of play, everything goes to plan. But when they are not, it doesn't go to plan. So now it's for them to, the way forward for Akwa United is bring in someone. It doesn't necessarily need to be an very experienced NPFL manager. Look at what Nuruddin is doing with the Ikorodu City. He's not an experienced NPFL manager.
Yeah.
Look at what Paul did with Sporting
Lagos
before he was dismissed.
Yeah.
He wasn't an experienced NPFL manager. So I think the way forward for Akwa United at this point is to bring in a good coach, bring in good players. If you are doing that, then you see the results will change and everything will run smoothly. But if this particular set of management cannot do that, then it is time for change, and that's the way forward for Akwa United. No two ways about that.
Sidibek is an Uyo-based sports journalist who is very close to Akwa United, on the line with us for the past couple of minutes, talking about the struggles of the Promise Keepers. We do appreciate you for making our time to join us this evening.
I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, so enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We hope Akwa United gets better.
Yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope. Akwa United gets better very soon. And I hope you're preparing for the CAF Awards on Monday.
Yeah, of course. All the way, they can't deny us this particular.
You people are saying overwhelmingly Ademola Lookman, and CAF is telling us that it's a close call. It's one of the, if not the most contested, award in history. But in Nigeria, Ademola Lookman is overwhelmingly the winner. But CAF is saying a different thing.
I wouldn't say it is very close. It's a close call.
That's what CAF is telling us, that it's very close. It's closely contested. That's why they've chosen to keep 5 men instead of the usual three nominees.
Let them contest and let the winners win. I hope it goes fairly. If everything goes to plan, then it should be Ademola Lookman. You have to look at the kind of year that he has. 2024 has been very impressive, and he was a star man for Nigeria. at the AFCON.
Yeah.
2023 AFCON in Abidjan. So we look at what he's producing for his club side, the consistency, the kind of goals he's scoring, big matches against Real Madrid, hat-trick in the Europa League finals to win the title for the first time for Atalanta. So if he's not winning this particular individual award, I'll really have to question, the criteria on how people are selected and why and the voting system. Honestly, I'll have really question. But for me, I know I'm just one person, but for me, it's Ademola Lookman all the way.
It's not just you. Many Nigerians, if not 90% of Nigerian football family believe Ademola Lookman is the overwhelming favorite to win it. So it's not just you. And that's why it came as a surprise to many when CAF released a statement saying that they've decided to keep 5 men, keep it at 5 instead of the trimming down to 3. That's the usual case because it's very closely contested and all of that stuff. But let's see. Monday is just about less than 48 hours from now. So let's see what happens in Marrakesh. Thank you very much, Nsidi Bakpan, for joining us on the show this evening.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that was Nsidibe Akpan talking to us about Aqua United. What do you make of the conversation? Aqua United is being run as an independent agency, but it's still being funded by the state government. Do you think that is the reason? Do you think that should be the case? Maybe clubs should be given some level of autonomy, some level of independence to run the club, because for Aqua United, they had success with it. 2016, you were appointed the chairman of the club. In 2020-2021 season, you won the league for them. In 2017, you delivered the FA Cup to add it to the first FA Cup won by the club in 2015. So it's worked, let's say, in the first 4 years, and this is another 4 years going and doesn't seem to work. So probably it's something that could work. That level of autonomy should be given to clubs in the Nigeria Premier Football League to run. After all, some have said that it's about time to hand over to these clubs to private bodies, to corporate bodies to run, instead of the government being at the forefront of running these clubs. So what do you make of the whole conversation regarding the struggles of Aqua United? Do you honestly believe, from what you've heard from Nsidi Bakpan, who is close to the club, that it is a thing of management? It's down to the management. It's not just about coaches. It's down to the management, because management appoints coaches. Management set up the recruitment system for the players. What's your thought? Let's know. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there, 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. At Anfield, it's still Liverpool leading by a single goal. Scratch that, please. It's Liverpool drawing, if there's anything like that. So it's 1-1 between Liverpool and Fulham. From a goal down, from a man down, Liverpool level things via Cody Gakpo, and they will be fantasizing, or let's just say they will be hoping and praying if they can get the lead for the first time in this clash, to see if they can win with 3 points guaranteed, despite playing with 10 men against 11. So that's what it is. What do you make of the whole discussion, Nelson?
Well, from the discussion, I've seen the reporter has stated everything that we need to hear. From the fact that the club is running in a poor frequency, it's very bad. Though the chairman, Paul, has done a great job in that Aqua United team, but it's time for us to give this club to the private companies, because they are not doing what we want. We saw a number of coaches under his regime, Fatah Osho, we saw Kennedy Boboye, we saw Baba Ganaro now leaving the show. Yes, there are lots of
Abdul Maikaba,
and only one was perfect among them, which is Kennedy Boboye, and he gave them the MPFL title with 18 league, with 18 points.
18 points.
That was the highest points since 2005.
18 matches. 18 matches unbeaten straight.
And they also went. Though they lost their last home game against Lobby Stars, but still they won the league with 1 game at hand.
Yeah,
that was a very interesting season for Paul, and it was a season that we hope to see Aqua United being one of the top flight club in the MPFL. But nowadays, we are not seeing that again. The MPFL, we are seeing them now fight for relegation battle. This is now taking them back to where they started again, when in the early 2000s, when they could not even hold their place in the NNL, and coming to the MPFL now, they are still doing the same struggling again. So it's about time, because the reporter has also complained about the poor welfare of the players. The name of Ubong Friday that's left to the Rivers United recently. He was one of the best players in the Aqua United team, and because of, I would like to say, maybe let me put it in this way: the salary he's being paid is too poor for him. He had to leave the club and go to somewhere else. This is what they complain about the MPFL teams. If you have good paying strategies, it's to keep these players in this club. Let's call a name. Stanley Nwabali is playing for Chippa United in South Africa. Other clubs have come for, even the Premier League clubs have come for him, but he keeps on playing there because it's anywhere there. So if a name like Friday Ubong is in your team at this current time of struggle, at least even in a games against teams like Nasarawa United, at least you get points from there, or you get goals from there. So it's a bit of a struggle for the Aqua United team. Seeing them in the negotiation waters, a succeeding team that came out in the top flight, and people are expecting much for them, and now they are going down the waters and going on the journey. Is something to look out for, and I feel it's time for the government to move the answer away from it. Let's give it to the private sector now.
All right.
Let's see what will change, because change is constant. Let's see if the first club which is United given to the private sector is now booming. At least it's to make other teams in MPFL to do the same thing.
Match day 17 ongoing in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Lobby Stars just finished beating Plateau United by a single goal. 5:30 we'll see Shooting Stars against Canopilas. Tomorrow we'll see El Kanami Warriors against Abia Warriors. Niger Tornadoes will take on Sunshine Stars. Katsina United will take on Rangers International of Enugu. Rivers United to play host to Kwara United. There's going to be Bayelsa United against the struggling Akwa United. Heartland Football Club of Warri against Bendel Insurance. Ikorodu City will take on Remo Stars. Those are the matches. And then Enyimba Nasarawa United have been scheduled. That match will now take place on the 19th of this month by 4 p.m. because Enyimba will be playing against Black Bulls Association the Bulls. Make that the Bulls of Maputo. I'm trying to exercise my French capabilities. Association de French. Okay, just kidding right there. So those are the fixtures to expect, and there will be a lot of expectations, or there are still a lot of expectations on Rivers United. They take on Kwara United tomorrow at the Dokieme Simaka Stadium. What do you see happening in that fixture? It's not bad days, because they're just second behind Remo Stars, and they have the same number of points. Remo Stars have a superior goal difference of just 1 compared to Aqua United's 7. So, Rivers United 7, please. Is it a win for Rivers United?
I'm coming from the past 5 games, and they face a lot of critical teams. At least they got points from them, and also they face Enyimba too. They got a point from there. So I think it's going to be a good one for them to exercise their free will in this match against Kwara United, because this is a match for, like how I put it for the judge, it's going to be a must-win match for me, because it's going to keep him in the title race. If he wins this match tomorrow, it's going to prove to the Rivers United supporters that at least we are still there. We are still in the title race no matter what. The likes of Remo Stars got nothing on us. So I think it's about time for Funijo to just stick the bull by the honest. If he wins the game, it's going to prove a mark there, and it's going to make Rivers United players or any team facing Rivers United to sit up and play them very well, because right now the Rivers United team are one of the most dangerous teams to play in the MPFL. No doubt. Most stars are there, no doubt. But if you are facing the Rivers United team, it's even more tactical approach from Vinny George, and it's going to hamper your team in winning any game. So this is a very good leverage for Vinny George and his boys. But I feel that tomorrow match is going to just bring in a new light for the Rivers United boys and make them understand that we are in the title race and we're going to win it.
All right, then let's go to the markets, and then when we return, a little bit of conversation regarding Aqua regarding the Nigeria Premier Football League, please. We're done talking Aqua United. You can bring in your contribution via our SMS and WhatsApp portal from what you've heard regarding Aqua United. We're done with that conversation. We'll look at a couple of matches in the Nigeria Premier Football League. We'll look at CAF Awards. From the goalkeeper's perspective, Stanley Nwabali did not make it to the final three. A goalkeeper who has kept in Nigeria will be talking to us on the show. So go nowhere. Let's talk about these awards. Let's talk about Stanley Nwabali's omission. And then also talk about the Super Eagles in general. It's still 1-1 between Liverpool and Fulham. We'll go to the market. We'll be right back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Saki, we go serve you well. Bentoni Bags Limited. 100 woven for all packaging. Bentoni.
Hey, Bentoni Bags Limited. We dey produce Obonge weaving sacks for companies and markets. You dey produce rice in catchment of all types. Our PP poplin nylon bags na top notch. Any business you dey do, Oga, Madam, you need our branded bags for packaging, so you go dey move sharply. We get shopping sacks, agro sacks, weaving sacks. They available for different sizes. Weaving sacks they available for different colors. We also dey print on top of weaving sacks, so nylon, twine, nail sacks, plus inclusion of general PP woven sacks. When they carry last. Our company there for plots in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout off Atani Road behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. For more information, knock us for phone 0913 966 3639 or 0813 928 4850. Bentoni Bags Limited. Uniqueness now our name.
One God on one stage with one voice and one sound. 1 Million Man Worship 2024 happening live at Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Stadium Road, Elekaya, Port Harcourt, River State. Date 20th to 22nd December 2024. Time 4 p.m. daily. Ministering Todd Delaney, Dunsin Oyekon, Sinach, Prosper Ochimana, Reverend Victor Atenega, Wisdom K, Steve Crown, Ada Ehi, Afi Douglas, Priye Odede, Chioma Jesus, Mr. M and Revelation, Owe Abutu, Prince Emmanuel, Mr. Wealth, Oche Junkins, Nyon Adejo, Samuel Afolabi, Jackson Jones, Valentine, Victor Sam, African Joy, Prophet and Chinelo. Also ministering Dr. Pastor Paul Enenje and Pastor Mrs. Becky Paul Enenje, Pastor David Ibiomie, Reverend Professor Mosi Muduba, Pastor Hilary Nlumanze, Pastor Chris Ugo, Pastor George Izunwa, and Reverend Larry Olusheye. 1 Million Man Worship. Get ready for Jesus.
.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for staying right there. Today's Sports Live continues on your favorite frequency today, 95.1 FM, situated in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. It's Liverpool 1, it's Fulham 1, it's 71 minutes of football played at Anfield. We'll cross over to other centres. Let's let you in on what is going down at other centres. By the way, Newcastle United is cruising. They are enjoying themselves as we speak. It was Murphy who made it 4-0 over Ruud van Nistelrooy's Leicester City. Murphy has scored a brace in that encounter. So it's Newcastle United 4, Leicester City 0. Alexander Isak, Bruno Guimaraes are the other scorers. So let's look at the score lines across some centers in some matches ongoing. Let's let you in on what is happening at those centers so that you can be well aware. Arsenal against Everton, it's goalless as we speak. Liverpool Fulham 1-1. 4-0 Newcastle United over Leicester City. 1-1 against between Wolverhampton Wanderers and Ipswich. Nottingham Forest, Aston Villa starts later. That match is slated for about 6:30 p.m. In the La Liga, it finished goalless between Espanyol and Osasuna. But for now, Mallorca is leading Girona by 2-1. Sevilla and Celta Vigo will come up later, while Rayo Vallecano will take on Real Madrid by the 9 o'clock hour. In the Bundesliga, it finished Augsburg 0, Bayer Leverkusen 2, Borussia Mönchengladbach 4, Austin Kiel 1, Mainz 05 2, Bayern Munich 1, Union Berlin 1, VfL Bochum 1, St. Pauli Werder Bremen will come up later. In the Serie A, well, Atalanta was able to get just one goal to seal things against Cagliari. So that match ended Atalanta 1, Cagliari, the home side, 0. Now, it wasn't Ademola Lookman that scored the only goal. It's rather Nicolo Zaniolo that scored the only goal, assisted by Bellanova in that clash to give Atalanta the needed 3 points at the top of the La Liga table. In the Ligue 1, it's ongoing between Marseille and Lille. That match is at 1-0 with the home side leading. Auxerre Lens comes up later. Reims Monaco is another match to expect. It's ongoing between Shooting Stars and Kano Pillars. It's goalless at the moment. It's 3 minutes of football played in the Nigeria Premier Football League. So those are how things stand across different centers as we keep monitoring them. Do not forget that tomorrow by 2 p.m., Enyimba is away to Black Bulls, and it's going to be the third match day in the CAF Confederation Cup group stage. Enyimba needs to win that match. They do not need to draw that match. They need to win that match if they are to keep their hopes of making it out of that group alive. And Yema Olaronwaju, the coach of Enyimba, has said it's not impossible to still make it out of that group despite playing 2 matches without a win. Just 1 point from a possible 6. So the man is optimistic and positive that his team can still get something out of that group with the remaining 4 matches. That's if you add the match that they will be playing tomorrow. Do you think so? Are you as optimistic as Yema Olaronwaju is that they can still make something, get something out of it? Getting something out of it will mean making it to the next round of the CAF Confederation Cup. So let's talk about some matches, some important clashes in the Nigeria Premier Football League before we talk about the CAF Awards, and then a guest will be joining us again via the phone line to talk to us. Ikorodu City against Remo Stars is more or less like the match of the weekend, because if you look at what Ikorodu City have been doing since they left that relegation waters, they are now contesting for the league.
I don't think it's safe to say that.
Ikorodu City is just 5 points away from equaling the same number of points with Remo Stars and Rivers United.
Fulham had made it 2-1 against Liverpool. A goal from the striker there. He substituted Roy Gimenez, and he has gotten a goal against Liverpool. And it was coming. Liverpool have tried to hold the defense line in low, but I think they shifted attention to go score more goals, and they had to pay for it. Muniz, the Fulham attacker Muniz, has made it 2-1.
Yeah, that's Rodrigo Muniz
against Liverpool, and it's now time to say, is Liverpool in the title race? I don't know what to say.
Are you really going to say that? I mean, how many points? Even if they lose this match,
if Chelsea win tomorrow against Brentford by 8:30, it's going to be
Chelsea
1 point. 1 point. Okay. 1 point behind behind Chelsea, behind Liverpool, and it's going to be a very dangerous one for Liverpool to win. But I feel that it's time to say it's going to be dangerous for Liverpool at this point in time. But I think if they can keep a cool head, and they can be able to get at least 1 point from this match, but it's going to be difficult.
Well, Alex Iwobi is
not the assist.
part of everything going good in Fulham. Alex Iwobi is part of whatever is going good. Whatever is going good in Fulham, Alex Iwobi has his imprint, his leg on it. He assisted the assist to the goal.
Alex Iwobi, I think at this point in time, we should convert him to a winger in the Nigeria Super League.
Are you being real?
He's doing marvelously well as a winger.
He's not exactly playing as a winger, but if you want to convert him to a winger, then you have to send Ademola Lookman to the bench. You have to send Samuel Chukwueze to the bench. You have to send.
That's why we need a good
Moses Simon to the bench.
If you have a good coach, at least we'll find a way to make.
Although Ademola Lookman can play behind the striker.
You can find a way to
even when Ademola plays behind the striker, observe in Atalanta, if he plays behind the striker, he still has that space by the left-hand side.
Yes, he still has that space by the left-hand side.
So if you now put a fixated winger there, it makes life difficult for him. You're going to limit him to what he can offer because he needs that space.
But we are seeing what he's doing as Fulham. Alex Iwobi, if he's given this chance, at least we'll not be calling out for number 10 or a very good midfielder anymore. We'll say at least we have Alex Iwobi. Look at him in Fulham. We see what he's doing in Fulham. He has been one of the threatening force in Fulham these past few games against top teams. Against Arsenal, he was there. Now against Liverpool, he was part of the assist. So I think it's now time for us to get a good coach that can be able to transverse these players into what they play best in their team. Look at Boniface. Boniface is not doing very well in the Nigerian setup. But when it goes over to Bayern Leverkusen, he will give you goals. So what do we need? Good coach that can monitor these players, see a way to play these two players in the same game, and they'll give you something beautiful. And remember, Lookman will score, and Omobi too will also give assist and score. So that's what we need at this point in time. Good coach, then we can become an unformidable African team when we go to the AFCON or even in the World Cup.
Okay, let's see if that happens. We hear that the NFF will give Nigerians a coach by next month. If I say by January 2025, it's going to sound like it's too far. So it's not too far. It's just next month. According to reports, they say they will appoint coach by that time. So may we see if that coach will be able to come in and then convert the prolific forms of these guys to national team setup. But can Liverpool salvage a point in this match gift?
From the onset, I saw it, especially when Robertson left. I felt like Liverpool, maybe they're going to lose this one, but along the line they actually proved me wrong, and now my doubts are actually up again, in the sense that the defense line, I keep saying the defense line of Liverpool has been really, really poor, as Fulham have been ascending on them as usual, trying to get another one, and finally they did. Liverpool, well, these things happen in football, sure, but I strongly believe that Fulham has this one, because as we can see, the defense line, even Virgil van Dijk is not active in this game, as this second half. He's not really active. Maybe it's because a player went out, but let's just see how it goes.
Well, maybe it can be understood because they're playing with a man down. So maybe that's a thing. And then also understand the form of Fulham. Okay, so back to the discussion. Do you see Enyimba beating Black Bulls tomorrow?
Enyimba, I strongly believe that, yes. In the sense that...
Where is the belief coming from?
It's coming from the fact that they are on the strong side. Enyimba is the biggest club in NPFL. For me, Nelson is laughing.
I saw them be when Zamalek almost beats them 2-0 in the year.
Yes, these things happen. Even the best team in the world used to be beaten by smaller club, and also
Zamalek is not a smaller club,
average club or bigger ones, things like that. But Enyimba being 9-time champion in NPFL is not. Well, we can't beckon on that, but I strongly believe it's. Like Yemi, what's his name? Yemi Olarenwaju. Though his last game has been a bit shaky, but we can't actually predict.
You from the way you're sounding, it's very clear that you don't have the confidence that Enyimba is going to beat Black Bulls tomorrow.
I'm going to give them that benefit.
You're just giving the benefit of the doubt, but you're not sounding with. There's no conviction in your voice that. You can beat your hands on your chest and say Enyimba is beating Black Bulls tomorrow.
When we were in the studio last week, I said something. I said, Elon Raju want to prove, because the chairman of Enyimba was in that match in the name of Kano Wanko, was in that match in Oyo, watching the match there, and I was like, if you lose this match, at least you get sacked or something. But he find a way to get a draw against Zamalek. Zamalek is the strong side. If you know Zamalek is the strong side, and even in the CAF competitions, they've done it multiple times. They've gone to many finals and semi-finals. So I think it's time to just give this man his flowers. At least let
Why
us
are you giving
see
flowers?
Let's see if
give flowers that he has done what?
He has at least gotten a point.
Which point?
It's something. The league, the table is a very tough table. You have
he's far off the table, although he has games in hand.
Yes, he has games in hand. He has at least 3 games to go.
That should be 2.
3 games. Okay, 2 if you play.
Okay, maybe if you add this one,
yes,
for this match week, that will take it to 3.
Yes, so I think let's give this man his flowers. I said it last week.
Give flowers that he has done what? Are you just giving him flowers? What has he done?
He drew against Zamalek. That's one thing.
Okay, you give flowers for drawing against Zamalek.
At least he did not lose that. He did not lose that game. At home, you don't lose the game. It was
Favor,
game from
go cut flowers. Come give.
Make
it go give all.
Let's cut him some slack. The table is a very tough table. Now they're facing Mozambique, a very tough side in the CAF competition. So,
ordinarily, Enyimba should close their eyes, use their B team, and beat Black Bulls.
Ordinarily, yes, it's not going to be possible.
They should close their eyes, use their B team, and beat Black Bulls. That's Enyimba.
Enyimba is a big club when it comes to the NPFL side, but when it comes to CAF competition, we all know how they are.
So when Enyimba is playing Black Bulls and there's no conviction from anywhere, even you're not convinced that Enyimba is winning tomorrow.
I'm convinced that Enyimba is going to win tomorrow.
You don't sound convinced.
No, I seem convinced because Zamalek is a strong side. They draw against Zamalek.
Okay.
This is a Black Bull team, and this team is not that strong in the CAF competition. So
they will beat them tomorrow.
So they will beat them tomorrow.
Okay. I don't hear.
I pray.
He said a prayer. He said a prayer. He said a prayer will make them go win.
Let's pray. We hope that they're going to beat them.
Actually, Enyimba is not on the better side at the NPFL table. It's just that that's the reason why I'm so skeptical about them winning tomorrow. In the sense that 7th in NPFL, and then you're going to a club that is also big. That's something we need to consider the fact that.
Okay. No wala. Enyimba plays tomorrow. For now, let's talk about the CAF Awards. And we have an established goalkeeper on the line who joins us. Sochima Victor joins us all the way from Tanzania. He plays for a Tanzanian club these days. He understands quite well what it means to play in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Has been with Rivers United, their number 1 goalkeeper when he was with the club. And then he moved away from the shores of Nigeria. Has been part of the Super Eagles, at some point. So he's a goalkeeper that is well established, and he understands what it means to play at the highest level. By the way, Liverpool have just equalized. Diego Jota have equalized for Liverpool. So Chima Victor, thank you very much for carving out time. You carved out time to join us on this one after your evening training. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Reliable.
How are you doing now? How is Tanzania treating you?
Tanzania is fine. We thank God. We are doing it here. We are pushing, as always.
Great. I know your spirit. You're always very spirited, and you want to get the best at every opportunity given.
Yeah, sure.
So that's that. Yeah, that's not in doubt. So Chima, there's a problem. The problem for Nigerians is that Stanley Nwabali did not make it to the final 3 for the CAF Awards. You are a goalkeeper, and you watched the AFCON. In fact, you were in the studio with us at one point when we were covering the AFCON. We talked about the performances of these players and how Nigeria got to the final. So is it shocking to you that Stanley Nwabali did not make it to the final 3 for the Goalkeeper of the Year award?
Well, let me answer you this way. If it can be shocking to those in Tanzania here, I mean our Tanzanian brothers and friends, they were like, Nwabali, they did not nominate him for AFCON award. I mean African Best Goalkeeper award. That's very, very unfair. So if they could be worried and surprised for his exclusion, how much more we that are Nigerians, and how much more me that is a goalkeeper as well that knows about his performances and exploits this season. So it's very shocking for everybody.
So what would you attribute that to? What do you think CAF may not have done right that led to the omission of Stanley Nwabali in the final 3?
I didn't know the criteria they used to nominate. And I wasn't, I'm not going to say that the other 3 goalkeepers they nominated, they shouldn't be there. No, I'm not going to say that. But I think no matter how many numbers that they picked, it should be there. He deserves to be there. So I wouldn't say such a thing because I didn't know the criteria in them not nominating Nwabali. But it's very, very unfair to him.
So other goalkeepers you're talking about is Andre Onana. He has been criticized
There's Ronwen Williams of South Africa that is there. I'm going to confirm the third goalkeeper that's there. So you look at Ronwen Williams and you're thinking probably his performance at the AFCON, the penalty saves and all of that may have earned him the final 3 nomination. But there is criticism over Andre Onana, his season at Manchester United, and also when he came to the Cameroonian national team. Couple of issues here and there. Was not a trusted goalkeeper by the coach. What's his name? Alex Song. You know, in fact, it took who the name eludes me. You know, a former player,
Fofana. The goalkeeper is Fofana from Ivory Coast.
Yeah, that's it. So for Andre Onana, it took an ex-player, you know, to come in to sort out the issue he had with the coach and stuff. And some are saying, why can Andre Onana be there and Nwabali, who finished second in the AFCON, had a good season with his club in South Africa, not make it to the final 3? You know, what's your thought regarding that? I mean, the final 3 selections.
Like, the truth is that this is CAF award, and it has to do with performances of one in AFCON, and Nwabali was superb, if not the best goalkeeper in AFCON. Yeah, forget the fact that Nigeria did not win the cup, but I think he was better, much better than the goalkeeper of Ivory Coast that is in the final 3. Also, Williams deserved to be there too. He's been fantastic, and he was fantastic last season for his club, Sundowns. Onana, well, we know that Onana is the top, will I just say top goalkeeper from Africa that is playing in Europe, playing one of the biggest clubs in the world. So maybe because of PR, the CAF want to show his image. Yeah, we have Onana from Manchester United been nominated. He's not gonna win the award, if I should say that. I'm very sure he's not gonna win the award. But that notwithstanding, Nwabali deserves to be there. Even if they thought he wasn't going to win it, but let him be in the final 3 or make the list 4 and let him be in the final 4. So it's very disappointing. The young man has been doing well even this season in South Africa. He has been the first choice of the national team. All credit to him, his hard work and his improvement all right. So I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be there. For me, he deserves to be there and he should be there.
Let's talk about the player of the year. Overwhelmingly, Nigerians believe it should go to... Are you there?
Look, yeah, I'm there. I'm with you.
Yeah, so overwhelmingly, Nigerians believe it should go to... Fill in the missing word.
Ademola Lookman.
Okay.
Not only Nigerian, Africans. Some parts of Africa, he should be the one to win it.
Is that the thought of the football family in Tanzania? At least the ones you've been opportune to be close to.
Yeah. They know the experts of Nigerians all around Europe. They know very well. They know very well, even though seems to be the biggest name on their lips. But that notwithstanding, you cannot take away the performances of Ademola Lookman. He has been fantastic. He's by far the most informed African player in current season. So I would be a daylight robbery for me.
Daylight robbery, it's gonna be. Let me shock you. CAF has refused to trim down the number to 3. You know, normally what they would do is trim it down to 3. 3 finalists. But for the goalkeeper of the year, they've trimmed it down. For the female player of the year, they've trimmed it down. Chiamaka Nnadozie makes it a goalkeeper like yourself. There's also Sanasudi of Morocco and Barbara Banda. But for the men's player of the year, they've refused to trim it down. No, they're still keeping it at 5, and they say it's closely contested. But many feel that Ademola Lookman is overwhelmingly favourite. So how come CAF is saying it's closely contested? That's why they refuse to trim it down to 3.
That's CAF for you. That's the football body for you. The same thing that is going on in I'm not gonna dive into that, but let me just
okay.
The same thing that is going on in the World Club Championship, the criteria of them picking Inter Miami to play in the competition, just to favor one or two people, I don't know. So for them to be open like that and telling us that it's been very close, a close call this period, I don't know their mind. I don't know what they want to do. But if they do not win, if they don't give their award to Ademola Lookman, then it's a shame on them and not good for the image of the organization.
All right, finally, we would have loved to have this conversation further because there's always a lot to talk anytime we have you, but our time is fast spent already. So finally, talk to us about, here is a chance for Liverpool to go in front, and it's Cody Gakpo. The shot has been blocked, but they still have a chance for a rebound. But that will be at the top of the bar. Luis Diaz had opportunity, but it was well blocked by the defenders. Liverpool is about to do the unthinkable, coming down from a goal down with a man down to beat Fulham at Anfield. So, talk to us about football in Tanzania compared to football in Nigeria. Domestic league, I mean.
Anywhere I go, I will take it to me. And you take it to the bank too. Nigeria has got lots and lots of talent. By far, we are the country, one of the best countries in terms of talent in Africa, if not the whole world. So when it comes to talent-wise, I'm not gonna give anything to Tanzania on that. We are very much talented. We have lots of quality footballers out there, even in our league. But here, the league here is better organized when it comes to the organization. All the matches are being shown live on television, no matter the team that is playing, including the FA Cup. So you can understand the passion they have and the investment they have made in that football. But if only we can borrow a leave on that, give it out to the fans. Let the fans know the players, let the fans know their team, let the media do their job professionally, let the remuneration be increased. Come on. We can do that. We can do that because we have the best bunch of talented players in our league. Our stadiums are, as people may paint it, compare what we do here in Tanzania. Only a few stadiums are of standard. You understand?
Yeah.
But they still have a way of running their league. Sell it out to their fans and to people.
All right.
And they get the results. You understand?
All right.
Foreign players, it's very good. The experience has been so far so good.
All right. Thank you very much, Ochima Victor, for lending your voice on the show this evening on the CAF Awards, as well as the Nigeria Premier Football League and the Tanzania League. Hopefully, on our subsequent bulletin, we do have you so that we hopefully that day you not have to go to training as well. I'm not saying don't go to your training, but at least you have an ample time for us to have this conversation. Yeah. So thank you very much. My regards to you. Wish you the very best over there.
You're welcome always. My regards to you out there.
Thank you very much. So that was Ochima Victor. Unfortunately, we will not have time to take reactions from what we've discussed. We've talked about Aqua United extensively, talked about a couple of matches in the league, and we've talked about the CAF Awards. We've heard from the voice of a goalkeeper who says it's very disappointing and it's going to be daylight robbery if Ademola Lookman doesn't win it on Monday. So Chima Victor, former Aqua United goalkeeper, now keeps in a Tanzanian club, joined us just a couple of minutes ago. So thank you very much for being part of the show. We will return tomorrow. We'll have further conversations in the world of sport. 1 p.m. is the time. And here, we have a guest that will join us tomorrow from the 1 o'clock hour in other sports, an important member of Nigerian sport fraternity. He'll be joining us via the phone line. So don't miss it. You don't want to miss that interview for anything. And then we'll also talk about football, talk about other sports, and a lot. Always interesting to have you join us when we're discussing sport on Today 95.1 FM. Meanwhile, I'm leaving you in the good hands of Amaka Felix, who is on standby to take over and run the remaining of the evening belt. My name remains Reliable Reliance O'Daniel. I had the company of Nelson Odia. I had Gift Ejegu in the studio with me, as well as the other guys who did the talking. Thank you very much. Do enjoy the rest of your evening. And remember to keep it locked on this dial today, 95.1 FM. Good evening to you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello, here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Amaka Felix. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has promised to take full responsibility of the General Hospital and Public Schools project in Omuma local government area. The governor made this promise during the official commissioning of the reconstructed 14.1 kilometers Umukali-Iberi Road in Omuma local government. Governor Fubara during the commissioning stated that the road is a significant project that will help solve economic challenges, stressing that it will ease movement in and outside the state. He noted that the road, which is vital for the people of Omuma, is part of his promise and commitment to infrastructure and human capital development. Governor Fubara also promised to reconstruct schools and hospitals in the local government, adding that his people-oriented policies and projects will spread across communities and local governments in the state. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has advised President Bola Tinubu to withdraw political appointees causing trouble in the country to achieve political success. Governor Mohammed gave the advice during the commissioning of the reconstructed Omukali-Iberi Road in Omuma local government area, where he stated that some political appointees are using their positions to cause chaos in the country. He also advised political leaders to respect traditional institutions and constituted institutions in the country, noting that it will aid good governance and community engagement. Governor Mohammed, who is also the chairman of PDP Governors Forum, commended River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara for his peaceful disposition and tolerance during the face of crisis. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, has reaffirmed that there is no faction in the River State chapter of the party. Ganduje, who made this known during the inauguration of the newly elected State Executive Council members of the All Progressives Congress River State chapter, charged the new members with the responsibility of working with the party's objectives to attain its desired goals in the state. He called on the newly inaugurated executive members, led by Tony Okocha, to work according to the party's constitutions to ensure peace and to also retain effective conflict resolution mechanisms as leaders of the party in resolving all internal crises. On his part, chairman of the newly elected State Executive Council members of the All Progressives Congress River State Chapter, Tony Okocha, assured the national chairman that the party will take over River State Government House come 2027 and also appreciated the chairman for his support. Today FM reports that 16 members of the National Working Committee were present during the inauguration. The People's Democratic Party has asked the former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest the 2027 presidential election on its platform. The PDP's Deputy National Publicity Secretary, Ibrahim Abdullahi, revealed that the PDP had been eagerly awaiting the former president's return for a second term, stressing the party's continued connection to Jonathan's political rise. He emphasized that it would be a regrettable development if Jonathan chose another party for his presidential bid. The PDP chieftain urged Jonathan to heed the call to finish what he started within the party and warned against the hypocrisy of the All Progressives Congress. It will interest you to know that campaign posters by a political movement known as Team New Nigeria were seen at strategic locations such as the Gyadi Zoo Road flyover, Kofar Nasarawa, and State Road, featuring messages like Team New Nigeria 2027, the good luck Nigeria needs, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan. The Independent National Electoral Commission has dismissed reports circulating on social media that its chairman Mahmoud Yakubu on Monday, December 9, 2024, claimed that Yakubu died in a London hospital. However, in a statement, the chief press secretary to the INEC chairman, Rotimi Oyekaumi, appealed to the public to disregard the rumors, confirming that Yakubu is alive, well, and in good health. The Commission further clarified that the INEC chairman has not travelled to London in the past 2 years, noting that he attended an interactive meeting with the House of Representatives Committee on Electoral Matters on Wednesday, 11th December 2024. The statement stressed that he also chaired the Commission's meeting with resident electoral commissioners on Thursday, 12th December 2024. The Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a 150 million naira fine per branch on deposit money banks found guilty of facilitating the illegal flow of mint naira notes to currency hawkers and agents. The Apex Bank, in a circular signed by the acting director of the Currency Operations Department, Mohammed Olayemi, expressed concern about the increasing prevalence of mint naira notes being traded by hawkers. The circular, which referred to an earlier directive dated November 13, 2024, highlighted the Apex Bank's determination to address the commodification of the naira, noting that the practice is impeding efficient and effective cash distribution to customers and the general public. Under the directive, any branch of a financial institution found culpable will face a penalty of 150 million naira for the first violation. The CBN further warned that the action will also attract stricter sanctions under the provisions of the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, BOFIA 2020. The Apex Bank stated that it would increase periodic spot checks in banking halls and ATMs while deploying mystery shoppers to uncover illicit cash hooking spots across the country. A Nigerian pastor, Toby Adegboyega, has dismissed claims that he will be deported from his current base in the United Kingdom. Adegboyega, who recently lost his battle, £1.87 million of fraud against deportation from the UK over an alleged, said the allegations levied against him are baseless and should be dismissed. Recall that in December, an investigation by the UK Charity Commission found serious misconduct and mismanagement in the administration of his church. According to reports, an immigration tribunal ruled that Adegboyega should be deported to Nigeria after investigations exposed the misuse of funds by his church. In an interview with the BBC, the founder of the SPAC Nation Church dismissed the allegations, saying that fraud allegations against him came from disgruntled members of his church. Pastor Adegboyega stated that he has decided his fate is in the hands of the judges, stressing that his church has helped get hundreds of lives off the streets and has tackled gun violence in the UK. On the foreign scene, following disputed elections in October, Georgia's governing party is set to announce a former footballer turned far-right politician as the country's new president. Mikhail Kavelashvili, nominated by the Georgian Dream Party, is slated to win Saturday's vote, which is being put to a 300-seat electoral college rather than the people. The 53-year-old is the only candidate standing in the election. You may wish to know that the opposition has boycotted Parliament amid nationwide protests over the outcome of legislative elections on October 26, during which observers reported instances of bribery and double voting. President Salome Zurabichvili, who was elected by popular vote 6 years ago, declared the current legislature unconstitutional, stating that the country needs a legitimate president voted by the people, rather than a parliament that has not received legitimacy. That was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening. I am Amaka Felix. Good evening.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
The General Overseer and the entire members of Jesus the Healer International Church, Omagwa, in Ikwere local government area, cordially invites the general public to a 3-day power-packed convention in Rivers State with a theme, Divine Lifting, featuring camping, free food, salvation, deliverance, and breakthrough. Guest speakers: Austin Ezogu, alias High Tension, Ambassador Pastor Enoch Kinika Ezocha, and Ambassador Pastor Mrs. Lizzie Adane Gospel. The venue of the convention is at the Church Auditorium along Alu Omagwa Road in Ikwere LGA. The date is Thursday 12th to Saturday the 14th of December 2024. Time 4 p.m. Sunday 15th, Thanksgiving by 11 a.m. For more information, call 0703